and come back on. So there it is. Hey folks, today's stream is courtesy of the Garage, Fraser Valley Pool, letting us hijack their camera work. I know Angel's doing the commentary on their stream as well. But seeing as how we did half the tournament yesterday, I asked if they minded if I tagged along, and they didn't mind. So we'll do our end of it, or our version, this way. So let me just do a little bit of housekeeping here. But in the meantime, Robert Frost, otherwise known as Bob, versus Stan on the top table. Leto versus Ross on the bottom table. Nope, that's not the right one. I'll change that. Just to give you an idea as to draw here as we wait for Bob to break. See if he makes either the 4 or the 6. Those are the common ones that go to the side. 6 went off the horn, 4 dropped. And he's set up on the 1. That's a great table for Bob here. I see I have to do a little bit of housekeeping there with my little kicking logo. Where can I tuck that so it's out of the way? There we go. There we go. And just real quick, it's Bob Frost versus Stan Tarancho, Lito Attendido versus Ross Bradson, and then at noon we have Stephen Holm versus Randy White, and Mike Isaac versus Brady Golan. Haven't done it this way from the garage before, so figured we'd just get a little bit of background music. I don't want to take their audio. That'd be really confusing. Bob set up for a pretty typical little run out here. Just because of the nature of the 7, he's not going to really want to try and hold the cue ball into this area. He's going to run back and forth, stay away from this 8 ball in the side pocket. And if he can drop the 7, he was going to have a bit of an interesting shot on the 8. Was hoping to come out to here, makes that pot easier, and then you can draw your cue ball around to the 9 or thin it, whatever you like. Oh, got rid of the cursor today too. Figured that out. Just need to make sure everything's looking good on the screen. And of course I checked with Brad before I did this. Always want to get permission. He was cool with it. So thank you very much. and get that out of the way there. There we go. Should be fine cutting this 6 in. That cue ball can come to the right hand side of that side pocket. You could elect to draw off of it, but that just means you're going to be a little closer to the 7. So instead of coming here, you'd be drawing this way, and that would really, it really just shortens that little zone you'd rather be in. He's got a bit of angle here. I'm not sure he can roll this slow enough to hold for the 8. He may go back and forth with a little bit of right-hand side just to ensure he avoids it. Although it looks like he's going to play this super gentle. Nope. He did go back and forth. Should we room past that 9 for the 8 in the side? Noticed yesterday Stan was playing with a glove, and I think he took it off halfway through. Might be a little close to his work, but Lido looks like he's pretty much straight in, or even actually has a little bit of angle to the left for the cue ball to come off it towards the 10. So the only danger with these is it's a little bit tricky with your stroke, because you don't want to, well, it's going the other way, but you don't want to double hit it. I think I can get the social comments working. Oop. We'll just get rid of that. Oh, that was the wrong way to do it. Give me a second. I just canceled the window. Wrong one. There we go. Sorry about that. I will try and get rid of that. View this on there. There we go. Messed that up. Sorry, folks. Ross wanted to come a little farther for the 6, but he should still make this work. What might come into play is the 9, because the cue ball's going to have a little bit more speed on it than he'd like. So not sure if he can hold that cue ball underneath the 9 as it comes off the 6. Right, so making the 6 here, cue ball. And he's got to keep it that side of the line. Unless he's going to run it around the table. Oh, did he hold it? I can't tell from here. Pretty tight if he did. Just sneaks by. Thin little cut on the 8. 2 rail shape for the 9 in the top right. And Ross can level this out. Not sure if Stan has a piece of that 2 or not. Probably go 2 rails. Just to try and make that a little easier to hit. Well, Ross went a little far, but he's still got the 9 in the side, so that shouldn't be an issue. Legal hit from Stan, hit the 2, then the 9. Oh, we were going to set up the replay. I forgot about that. Gotta mute their audio. Bob trying to thread the 2. It's gonna end up safe. Not part of the plan, but he'll take it. Just going to test the replay here for a second. As soon as I see something move on the screen, and then we'll do that. I see something move on the screen, and then we'll do that. right. So that's working. Excellent. It's been a few months, guys. I'm a little out of practice. I need to do more. The good news is we have more coming next weekend. Tournament from the Metro. Excuse me. Trying to kick this one and get a little bit of separation. If you can tie it up in there. It's not going to, but the angle's not great. Stands, put the glove back on. Might just because he was using his jump cue, which is carbon. Bob's biggest trick here is going to be getting from the 3 to the 5. So if he can land straight, and he could just draw it in. If he does land a little short, like if he has angle off the cue ball, he could come this way. This area would work. This area works. He's just checking here to see what this line is going to be like when he's on the 3. And he's looking pretty straight. Got a little bit of angle, but he can cheat the pocket to straighten that out. So if you see, so he may elect to actually shoot it into this side of the pocket to increase the angle so you can draw the cue ball here with no danger of scratching. Just like that. Now he can concentrate on the 5 and just bringing the cue ball in between the 7, 8. Doesn't need to go anywhere off the 6. Even just a straight in stop shot would be just fine. Needs that cue ball to stop. With the angle he has here coming into the rail. And then back out. Needs to take his time. Bob shoots pretty straight, so. Oh, and then of course I curse him. Sorry, Bob. There we go. Now I remember how to do the social media titles. Well, that was almost gonna work as a safety, but it hit the left side of the 4 and opened up. So now he still has the 1. Just doing a little sharing, folks. If you wouldn't mind hitting that share button or the like button, that'd be great. And also pop on over to Fraser Valley Pool's Facebook page, give them a like and a follow. Sharing tools being a little funny here. There, we'll do more on that later. In the meantime, nice hit on the 8. Not quite the result he was hoping for, but could have very easily hit that and scratched. Nice job to hit the high side of the rail. Bob to get his first win. Only trails by 1. Lido and Ross. Ross with the 2-game lead. Oh, 2-1. Sorry. Little tricky for Lido to get on the 6 here. If he draws off the 5, he's going to hit the 7 and the cue ball will float this way. So he's going to have to play it with topspin and come around the table. No. He did all right. I thought he might float a little further down table. Oh, it is 2-0. Okay. They keep changing the score on me there. I think it's Brenda and Angel in the booth over at Fraser Valley Pool. Always do good work. Little straight on the 7. He's going to have to put a little bit of effort into getting over for the 8. He may elect to just back it up a little bit and take the shot rather than risking 7. Oh, he was a little straighter than I thought. I thought he was going to be drawing in towards that side pocket. But almost perfectly straight. Might as well draw straight back. Bob headed for the jump cue, it looks like. And Lido might have wobbled the 8 in, but it did drop. Lido's on the board. Score on both tables, 2-1. That's a great overhead view. Be a little cooler if we could just see over his shoulder, but you know, that's the way it goes. We don't have cameramen and remote cameras and blah, 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 all that stuff, so. He may not like his leave on this next shot. If Stan can knock this up here and just drag that cue ball into there, he may end up going for a 3-foul rule here. Oh, he might still be able to get over that. 'Cause he's not going over a whole ball. He's just got to go over the edge of the 5, really. Half a ball? So he doesn't have to get up that high. Oh, nice kick. Oh, nice kick. Whew. Hey, Terrence. How's it going? Thanks for stomping by the stream. Much appreciated. Wow. Forgot I had 2 mics hooked up. One caught the noise from the other, and it started the loop. So just disconnected that mic. Thin cut on the 2 from Ross. Cue ball's going to go into the 10 and slow down. Oh, unfortunately, it looped around the 5. So he's going to have to go airborne if he wants to make this 3 in that corner. Stan, meanwhile, just trickles that cue ball into the side pocket. There wasn't much room. Ross got the hit. I think the 3 ball goes between the 7 and 8 to the bottom left corner. Does not go to the side. Doesn't look like it goes to the side. That's impossibly tight, right? It can't be. Yeah. If it does, it's super tight. Bob, meanwhile, has an open table. Nothing to break out. Nothing to develop. Just has to keep the cue ball clean. Easier said than done. Every inch that cue ball goes back is going to be making Bob's life a little easier on that 6. This one about half a tip low. Oh, well, he'll be playing the 7-8 combination now. That's not so bad. It's a little harder than you'd like, but you know, the 7-8's fairly easy. The 7's going to go towards that top left corner pocket, so just don't hit it too hard. Keep in mind where your cue ball's going to go. You don't want to draw it in behind the 10. I thought he was going to play the cue ball a little differently there, but I think he's just going to play the split safety. Try and get that 7 down in the middle of the end rail. May go for the bank. I didn't see what he indicated there. Just the split safety wants that 7 ball tucked in on the rail. Didn't quite get him with the 10, but that's not a bad effort. A little bit of a safety battle going on the bottom table as well. Ross probably going to bring out the jump cue. Depending on how he hits this 3, normally when you hit the jump shot where there's such a small landing area like this, he's going to hit the 3 ball higher, so it'll land short and bounce into the 3, and then the cue ball kind of bounces over, and you're not really sure where it's going to go. Almost. Stan called the 9 in the side. I just want to see how that looks here, so we'll hit the replay in a minute. I was watching the bottom table. Banks the 7. Finish it off for a 3-1 lead. Oh, he just banked the 7 onto it. I couldn't remember where the 7 had been.
Almost.
Oh, no.
Stan called the 9 in the side.
Oh, they've got the replay up there as well. Ah, okay, cool. Lido kicking at the 5. Oh, scratched in the corner. Ball in hand for Ross. Wide open table. He too could be getting a 3-1 lead. Good break from Stan. Unfortunately, the 1 ball hasn't come free. May be able to play a little bump safety here and just knock the 1 ball to the other side. But not sure if he can get it underneath and out from that 7. Oh, did a great job there. Great job. Ross might have left a little bit more angle on the 7 than he would have liked. But he'll just cut this in the side, roll the cue ball down in between the 9, 10, and have the 8 in the bottom right corner. I think Stan got Bob with the 9 on the 1, but he also might have left a window between the 9, 10. Might have to check the cue ball a little bit to get it to come back and clip the 1, but I think that path is there. If not, he's got the 2 rail path. He's calling the 10 ball in the side pocket. I think he called the 10. I mean, you might as well. You're going to be hopefully pushing the 1 ball closer to it. Might happen. Oh, not a bad result. He has left the 1 open though. And there's Ross with his 3rd rack, taking a 3-1 lead. Let's see, did I do that right? Nope, I didn't. So now when I press that button, we should get the draw. There it is. Stephen Holem and Randy White up next. Then Mike Isaac and Brady Golan as well. So some pretty good pools still coming up. Got some pretty good pool in front of us right now. Watch the 9 and the 5 here for Ross. Both landing a little short, but the 2 ball's going to drop. That'll let Ross continue. Got a tricky starting 1 ball. I'm not sure he can thin that in the corner. If he does, he's still going to let the cue ball roll. Always tough to predict exactly where the cue ball's going to go when it has that much speed on it. A lot of balls to collide with. He may elect to bank the 1 back onto the 3 and let the cue ball run this way. Maybe use the 4 or the 9, depending on what the angle looks like. That'll work. Stan just wanted that cue ball to go another little bit there. Lito with a good kick on the 1. Unfortunately, the result isn't exactly what he would have liked. He's left the 1 on with the cue ball sliding across the table to go for the 3. From there, Ross has got a pretty good look at this table. Now with the 3 ball here, he's got a little bit of angle going into the rail. Not ideal, because that's going to force him to play only top on the 4, and that's the last thing he wants to do is go forward. He may end up doing that. He can still play the 5 off the 10 in the side. It's not the end of the world, it just changes the level of difficulty a little bit. That'll work. Nothing wrong with that. Might change exactly how he comes after this 5, but he's going to walk over and check the line, see where he has to be. He knows he's got to be somewhere on this side of that line. Might actually need to be a little bit more like a this line, because he's got to hit this part of the ball. Oop. It's not quite right, but you know what I mean. Hits that perfect. Should be able to just come back out to the center of the table and play the 7 in the bottom right corner pocket. Oh, right. Got to post the link. Okay, the link is pinned in the comments. Thanks, Brad. Thanks for the reminder. Whoppa. Gotta watch you don't get the cue ball too close to the 3, but he's kept it a decent distance away. The 4 ball is going to be a little tricky because it doesn't go to either one of the corners on the left side of the table, on that upper table. So he's going to have to come back for the 4 in the side or the 4 in another corner. And the 10 ball adds an element of risk because you could come too far and not be able to see enough of it. Not a bad job. Those aren't easy to come across like that. You can easily get in behind the 8. He may try and draw off of the 4 into the 10 and just take what he can on the 5 ball. Meanwhile, on the bottom table, I think Lido gave that one up. Oh, it comes 3 rails, weaving in between all the balls. That works. Just keep in your rhythm, Bob. No need to speed up or slow down. 582 to 721, the Fargo difference. Almost 140 points. Oh no. I've played Bob myself a few times. He shoots really good. I mean, you're playing Stan, right? We don't get to play Stan that often, so I can understand missing a few more shots than you normally would. Five to 1. Ross with a 4-1 lead as well. I think that's Ross at the table right now. Three to the 4 are going to be the tricky part here. And it's not that bad. You just have that 6 ball blocking a little bit of access to it. Well, he'll probably have to play this 2 rails and out, coming very close to the 6, I believe. Depending on what kind of spin he puts on it. Wow. 3 balls off the break for Stan. Oh, he's just going to come 2 rails and play it in the side. That'll work. Can be a little tricky to get nice on the 6. He may have some work to do after this 4 goes down. Stan playing the bank side. Cue ball gonna come 2 rails, maybe out to the head string for the 1. We'll see. Oh, didn't have enough speed on that. Ross is hoping that continues to roll. Not ideal, but it'll still work. Cut that in the side and then draw the cue ball in. You have to be careful not to come in on this angle. You've got to check it and bring it straight up table if you can. So, little bit of left on this Not much, just a little bit. You don't want to pull it in behind the 10 and have a crazy angle on it. Oh, he came really close to that corner pocket. If that hits here, then it comes straight up here and he doesn't have a problem. But it hit almost into here, actually, right on the horn. So Ross, going airborne. Wait for this jump shot, and then I'm going to go grab another cup of coffee. I'll be right back. Makes the 7. Unfortunately, you can't roll over the 8 when you do it. So Lido to the table with ball in hand, and I'll be right back. Lido notching one more after that positional whoops by Ross on the 7, 6 to the 7. Stan starting to really open it up. It is a race to 9 today, as you can see. Finals will be a race to 10. Not sure if they're doing... No, it's a single race to 10. Yeah, because today is all single elimination. You lose, you done. So, it won't go that long today. These matches started at 10 o'clock. The finals will... Or the next round will start at 12. And then I think the finals start at 2. Oh no, there's 8 left, so we got 4 rounds. Right, because they have to do them in sets of 2. Oh no, so yeah, 12, 2, and 4 probably. Something like that. Dry break off the top table. I think Bob's going to try and play a safety here. Knock that 1 ball 3 rails in behind the 5 and get the cue ball in tight behind the 4-7 if he can. Not sure how much of that cue ball he has to cue right there, but it looks like that might be a good idea. Oh, he's not going for it. He's doing something different. Went for the bank. Got it. But he hasn't he hasn't landed on the 2. He's got to go up over the 10. He's going to come out because he's got angle on the 2. So the cue ball is going to come out. You just want to slow it down so it doesn't come out too far, and you can take that 3 in the side. So just enough to get over the 10 here. Not a bad effort. Not a bad effort. Stan plays the safety. And I think Bob has enough room that he can just play the 1 rail kick. He'll call the 2 in the corner. If it's got the speed to get in on that 8, that would be a incredibly fortunate result for Bob, but as it is, I think Stan can just play this off the rail. Looks like the 3 has a gap between the 6 and the 5. And Stan's going to get to see if it's there. Oh, gets the cut in the side, but pushes that 5 ball up and then chases it to get on the 2. He's going to have to kick 2 rails. Might be able to make it that way, but it's not going to be easy. The 5 ball's kind of blocking the left side of center on the cue ball as well, so you can't even put any spin on it that way, or not very much. It's going to have some speed on it so he can get away from it. Oh, did he clip it? I didn't see if he clipped the 2. He must have. Yeah, there, it moved. He got his head in the way just as it was coming to the 2, and it looked like it was going to hit, but it looked like it was going to be thin as well. Now, Ross would love to be able to hit enough of that 2 ball to just knock it up table 2 rails towards the 10 and leave the cue ball in by the 5-6, but I'm not sure he's got enough room. Well, all he could see was slightly left of center. That caused the double kiss, got separation, but now Lito's in a little bit better position to make that ball and get somewhere with it. Stan probably, depending on whether that 8 ball actually goes by the, like the cue ball can go by the 9 to sink that 8 in the bottom left corner. He might just pot the 7 and then play a 3 rail safety on the 8. Oh no. Oh, well, maybe. I gotta be honest, I didn't see that positional shot coming. Just tried to put that 8 on the middle of the end rail. Didn't get there. Bob has a chance to get 1 back. Some folks like to play this with top right and come 2 rails around. I like to play that one with a little bit of left. And now he's going to bank the 9, bank side. Cue ball should come 2 rails, maybe 3 for the 8 there for the 10 in this bottom right corner. Watch this scratch. Oh my gosh. Comes right up close to the 10, but should still be able to make this work. And he gets his second. Trail by 4 or trail by 6 if it went Stan's way. It's a big difference. Stan still needs 3. Rob needs 7 more. He's got a tough road ahead of him. They're just taking a quick break. Lido can stun this into that top rail by the 3rd diamond and come up for the 9. He's pretty straight though, so he's gonna have to hit it hard. Didn't hit that as hard as I expected him to. I don't know whether he miscued or just hit that, but I did not expect that miss from Lido. Ross, take a 5-2 lead. So Lido and Ross, same Fargos. Really? Robert Frost and Stan Tarangelo, like I said, 139 points apart. Stephen Holem and Randy White. Oh, that one's going to be 130 almost. 128. There's a big gap. Coming up on Fraser Valley Pool at the garage in the Slow Roller Room, June 24th and 25th. 8-ball bar box wars. Fargo Fair Match R6. $175 entry fee. That should be a fun one. For you 8-ball aficionados. Lido coming up dry. Yep. Dry break. That'll bring Ross to the table. Doesn't have a great starting position, but the 1 does go to the side. It's just whether you can make anything happen to the 2. The 9 and the 5 are going to hamper your position for the cue ball. Not a lot of great safety patterns there. Nothing that's easy. May end up making the 1 and just floating that cue ball down here. Maybe you get lucky, hit the 9 and come into this area here for the 2. Or if you miss the 9, the idea would be to just get into this area for the 2. Everybody take a break here? What's going on? There we go. Bob breaking. Table number 1. Bob's actually got a pretty good 10-ball break. I've been on the receiving end of it a few times. He's got the 2 and the 7. And the 5. So Bob with 3 off the break. Couple good breaks in this match. Stellar breaks in this match already. Got to avoid the 4. I think he's going to come shallow towards this bottom right corner and try and slide right by the 4. Needs that cue ball to stop. Perfect. And he'll just make the 3 take what he's got on the 4. It's not too difficult. Stroke looked a little shaky there. Like a little nervous, but we'll see. Yeah, good patience to reset. Something didn't feel right, so stood up, took another breath, reset again. Sometimes you have to do that a few times. And if any of you know who Hennessy is, you do that quite a few times, sometimes. I think he's got some OCD though. But that's a good example of what patience will get you. He took his time, wasn't right, stood up, wasn't right, stood up, wasn't right, walked away, come back, get back down, drilled it. Now, if we only just had the discipline to do that all the time, might be a little tough to watch if you have to do that in every shot, but it doesn't happen all that often. Sometimes you just need to reset a little bit. Little top right to bring this around. Wants it to keep rolling just a little more. There you go. That'll work. Bob trails by 3. I'm not sure what's going on with Ross and Lido. This table hasn't moved for the entire game. Oh, maybe that's 1 foot there that they're coming back. Somebody's foot. I don't know if they're playing ready pool today or whether if they finish early, they're going to wait to start the other games at noon. The other guys might not be there. And they have advertised it as noon, so they might not start if, well, they can't really start if somebody's not there, right? If they get the opportunity to. So depending on how they do it, we may stop and start the stream. We may just let it go. Bob making the 8 off the break. 1 ball got trapped at the other end of the table, didn't come up table, so not the ideal result. With the 1 ball so close to that corner, you do have to be careful that when you kick at it, if you kick at it, you don't scratch. I got to think if I'm pushing out against Stan, that I'm pushing out into a liability. It really doesn't matter where I put it. Still might be the best choice, though. Be honest with you, I might push it over to here. I don't know. Maybe Stan won't take the jump shot. Maybe he'd give it back to me. I don't want to push it down here and take that jump shot over the 10. I'd rather take the jump shot over the 9 because then at least I have some angle. I can go into the rail and maybe come up for the 2. I don't mind that either. See, he's given him the shot at the 1, but not enough to make it. I think he's got a kick at it here, and then that really reduces the scratch possibility. Oh, he's going to give it back. He doesn't like the sellout possibility. I think if Bob can kick here and into the 1 and push the 1 ball this way and let the cue ball float back into the 9. Oh, he tried to go for it, just didn't quite have enough. As a result, I think he's only left the edge of the 1, so might be a safety from Stan here. Knock that 1 ball 2 rails up by the 4-2, get the cue ball back in with the 10-9. Or did he tap that bottom right corner with the long bank? Oh, he went for the safety. Just tried to knock the 1 ball 1 rail up table and cross the cue ball into the 9-10. Lito and Ross, meanwhile, working away. There are early 10s allowed, folks. So this 6-10, well, maybe not ideal. It does give Lito an opportunity to put another one on the board rather than being forced to break it out. Good contact on the 1. If the 1 ball slides by the 2 with the correct angle, you might want to just play the safety. Get the 1 ball down to that end rail and roll the cue ball up in behind the 2. The 4 ball will take that top rail away. And Lito. Oh. Was that Lito that made that one? Yeah. Lito keeping it close. Only trails 5-3. Played the safety a little differently, but this still works. He's going to kick 1 rail at it. He's got basically half a ball. He's got to miss the 2 coming off the rail. So anything other than, oh, see, clip the 2. So Bob with an open table now. Let's see what he can do. See if he can get through it. Lito, a couple balls on the break. This is a really nice table for Bob. Doesn't have to move the cue ball around too much. Would have liked to have come back a little farther. Now he might have an issue holding for the 4 now off this 3. But I can't tell how straight that is. Ah, no, he's fine. I thought that had more angle than that. I've been fooled a few times on that. That's why I wasn't sure. Should be able to back this cue ball up. Get a little less angle on the 5. That works. Now, if he can draw into the side rail with a little bit of spin, take the 6-ball bottom left, or he could play it back and across. There we go. And play the 6 in the side. Just checking to see where he doesn't want to be on the 7. He doesn't want to go too far, so he'll hit this nice and slow, solid. Try and remain as straight as he can on the 6 or 7. This is going to be a slow one as well. He's just going to roll into the 7. Doesn't even want to get to the rail with the cue ball. Oh, he elected to check it with spin. Bob creeping up on Stan. He was trailing 6-1. If he can keep it together and pot these two, he'll be back within 2. Nicely done. 6-4. Bob making a match of it. Some good, simple safety play. And a little bit of rolls here and there. But you don't win tournaments without the rolls. You got to get a roll or two. Bob to break. He's consistently made that second ball in the side pocket. I think he's had one dry break. Lido, in the meantime, has come back to within 2. Ross at the table now. He's got to roll forward and take this 5 in the side, I believe. Oh, he might stun it and pop out. He got there. He's going to come right at the 6 off this 5. Oh, no. Bob missing the 1. Leaving it out there for Stan. Ross just smooths in the 5. Just has to be aware and try not to get caught in behind the 10 somehow. Draw around it. A little bit of spin. Bring the cue ball back out to the center of the table. If you're ever in doubt, getting that cue ball into the center of the table is not a bad idea most times. Ross to regain his 3-game lead. There it is. 6-3 and 6-4 respectively. This is the Hotshots. Let me just pop it up here. Right after he shoots this one in. Oop. That didn't work. Sorry, thought I had this set up already. But this is the Hotshots Open 10 ball tourney. Our 8 finalists paying out to 4th. 2,000, 1,000, and 500 each for 3rd and 4th. Single elimination. On Single Elimination Sunday. Fairly straight on the 7, but he can cheat that pocket and draw the cue ball right over to here. And that'll work. A gentle roll through. Play the 9 in the side. Oh, he elected to play that with a little bit more pace and take it up to the corner. Probably due to the angle that he had, that he could tell better than I could. Oh no, hangs it in the corner pocket. Bob with a great opportunity to get back within 1. What a comeback so far. Down 6-1 with an opportunity to get 4 games in a row and make it 6-5. Hits it perfect. Lido, meanwhile, getting that 2 ball safe. Ross having to bring out the short stick. Oh, no. Happens to all of us every once in a while. Stan up 7-4. Ross with a legal hit on the 2. Didn't sell it out, although the 2 does cut to the side. 3 ball stops the bank. I don't know if he'll go for it. It is kind of a 2-way shot. It might be a little steep. But even if you miss it, you're still going to have a shape on the 3. So if you miss it long and it comes out here, then you'll probably have a safety. Although it looks like he's hitting the left side of the 2. Yeah, he's not sure. It is a fairly low percentage shot going into that side, and it could hit the horn and come back out this way. Right, there is a small path here that you could leave. Oh, Stan gets a kick and the cue ball drops in the side pocket. He did almost squat that right in the center of the table. Then it got bumped out of the way and ever so slowly spun into the side pocket. Kicking past it at the 2. With these type of approach angles on the 2, it's very easy to scratch. You can either hit the 2 on the top side and scratch into the corner here, or you hit it on the face out here and you come across to scratch in the corner. So 2 big pockets over there. Well, not big, but something to be aware of. I think Bob might be trying that. No. I thought he was lining that up to take the 2-10 combination. Oh, you could do it now. No, he's going to call the 2. He'll just use the 10 to stop the cue ball for the 4. Oh, and he made the 10. Oh, no. That'll spot up. It's not going to hook Stan. Little safety on the 2. Neither guy giving up much to the other. Stan banking the 2 into 2/3, 3/4 of a side pocket from that angle. Needs to get around that 7. Wow. If Bob can slide by the 8 and just spin into the 4 to make it, that would be the easiest, but I think he's going to have to kick 2 rails at it. You want to hit the second rail so it changes your angle to get on the 5. Oh, is he going to go the side rail first? Well, the good news is if he does not make the 4, he'll miss it on the right side and he'll put it up to the side pocket, but he's just missed the ball. So my point was moot. Ross has got good angle on the 4 to come back for the 5. Oh, needs that to slow down. Oh, just stays inside the 8. Stands a little straighter on the 7 than he'd like. He's probably going to go forward 2 rails for the 8. Come out past the 10, just like that. Again, another 2 rails just past center for the 9. Doesn't want to go 1 rail because he's going to be too close to the 9. But he'll come 2 rails just past center. And then he can just draw off of this, take the 10 in the bottom left corner pocket to get on the hill. Stan now leads 8-4. Ross going to cut this 6 bottom right. Try and bring that cue ball around 3 rails for the 7. Maybe just 2 and take the 7 into that bottom left corner. Nope, he's coming 3 and he's going to work out well enough. Straight across to land in here for the 7. He would have liked to have been straighter because then he could just play a stop shot right there. But now that he's got angle, he's... Well, I can't tell how much angle he has. I think he's going to have to go in here with a little bit of left. Doesn't want to draw it. He just wants to stun to the rail. But absolutely no forward motion. There's a little bit of forward motion and you could end up here pretty easily. Should be okay. Just stop. Maybe drift a little left, but I can't quite tell what the angle is. He had more angle to the right. He didn't want to end up here. So he elects to spin around. To get to 7. Oh, pushes that 10 ball into the side rail. It's going to make it 6-4 instead of 7-3. Lido breaking. Rack number 11. Stan checking to see if he can squeeze that 4 in the side or whether he has to draw into the 8. He'll just bank it. Play this with a little bit of draw. Go about 1.5 feet left of where the 4 is now for the 5. Well, he might have a little bit of a problem getting past the 8 to get on the 7 here, but maybe he can roll into the top side of it and slide more towards the 9. Just kind of carry him off the 8. Oh, threads it right between. Not easy to judge. Too smooth. Too smooth. For the win. That's it. After a quick start by Stan, he got way out in front at 6-1. Rob came back, started the comeback, got within 6-4. Looked like he was going to make it 6-5. Missed a ball. Stan took charge from there and has defeated Rob Frost 9-4. It's single elimination Sunday, so unfortunately Rob has to go home, but at a 582 Fargo to get lumped in with these fellas on final day, that's not a bad result. Not a bad result at all. So they'll probably switch over to Lido and Ross here. Just checking the audio from the Fraser Valley pool. That sounds like Brenda and Rob. They might change the scene here just to focus on Lido and Ross's table. Pretty nice safety play there, taking out most of those angles. Ross having to play at 2 rails. He's going to want to check it a little bit if he's going by the 5 at that angle. Just a hair, though, because it amplifies on that next rail. That's a great hit. Oh, wow. I thought he was going to hit that one for sure. That was so close. Oops, wrong table. There we go. Hey, I'm not complaining. I've made enough whoopses with these streaming software myself, I tell you. Next match is starting in 20 minutes. So we'll see how this goes. Up next is either Stephen Holem and Randy White or Mike Isaac and Brady Golan. Stephen Holem, I believe, is 4th in Canada in Fargo right now. I think it's only Alex Pegulayan, John Mora, and Jason Klatt that's ahead of him. I think he and Danny Hewitt are tied or very close. I'm going to have to leave for a little bit here in a minute. I got to go make some brunch for the little one. Or at least tell her what she's having. Toaster waffles, I think. Sounds good. Quick and easy. Little shy from Lido. Needed to get a little further out into the center of the table. Right between the R and the A in garage would have been good enough. He may thin the 8 and just carom the 7 in, or thin the 5, sorry, and carom the 7 in. Playing the cue ball off the horn. Well, this might be a little tricky. That's settled up against that horn. He's not going to like this one. Not guaranteed to get on the 6 after this. I think he's got to spin into it because it's stuck to that horn. He's working his way through it. He's just going the wrong way a little bit on the 8 here, so I'm not sure how he's going to get on the 9. He might bank the 8, bank corner. Yeah, he's doing that just so he can keep control of the cue ball and shoot the 9, because other than that, like if he tries to cut this 8 in that top right corner, that cue ball's going nowhere he wants it to be. So if he can bank this and draw it back just a little bit, if he misses the 8, he's hoping to miss it short and have it go to the rail and hook him. Doesn't want it to sit up in the pocket. Okay. Not the worst result. Ross does have a 2-rail kick. Where he could still end up golden. I gotta restart that. Telestrator failure. right then. Telestrator failed. That requires a restart, which is proving to be ineffective. So, never know why that thing fails or doesn't fail. I'm not that technologically advanced. One ball does cut up into that corner. The question is, can Ross hold that one or hold for the two? Cue ball's going to have some speed on it. You're hitting that one ball really thin. Oh, this is Lido. Sorry. Right, because it was a dry break. Well, that'll work. Back in a moment, folks. All right. Sorry. Just need to go get something to snack on. Haven't had breakfast yet today, so. It's a bit of a clustered table there. 3-ball. I mean, you can pick everything out. It's just you have to be a little bit delicate once you get into the 3-4. I wouldn't be too surprised if the 10-ball gets made here. I don't think he's going to call it, but I think he might accidentally make it depending on what he tries. He's going to cut it in the corner. Cue ball is going to come 2 rails. Be very close to this 10. Oh, he just played safe. Okay, never mind. Ross likely going to do something similar. Bank that 2-ball. Oh, we don't have the... and send that cue ball. Well, it's going to be a little different than that, but... needs it to hurry. I'm not sure what Lito is trying to decide on, whether he wants to come back here. Oh, he'll play the carom with the cue ball or onto the 10 now. Seven ball makes this a really big pocket. Just has to be careful he doesn't follow it in. And no danger of that. Trailing 8-5. Ross is on the hill though. They're just about to start the next match between Stephen Holem and Randy White. I love the fact it's open, not handicapped, straight up. Lito's got one off the break. He's got a long pot on the 1. Can use the cue ball to go into the 4-3 and separate those a little bit. He'd love to be able to just clip the 3 out a little bit. Still end up on the 2. pushed it to the end rail. Now Ross is going to have to deal with that 3-ball. Does go to the bottom left corner, does go to the top right corner. Doesn't go anywhere else without some sort of development. Ross should be able to cut the 2 in the bottom side and bring that cue ball off that left end rail back inside the 6-8. It's a really delicate shot here because he'd like to stay as close as he can to that line without being on this side of it. That would allow him to shoot the 2 and draw this way a little bit. Too much angle, and he's going to have problems controlling the cue ball though. So he's got to come up fairly tight. Oh, he's going to take that to the corner and draw around it to shoot the 3 in the same pocket, or is he just playing safe? Nope, he's just going to take it into the same pocket. The cue ball's going to be going into the 4 now. Not sure how that's going to affect it. Hopefully it pushes it past the 8 so he can still shoot it, but I suspect he might be looking at a bank side or a bank corner if he hits the 4 even fuller than I think, but not easy. Wow, that worked out like golden. I didn't see that occurring at all. Nice work. Top spin twice into the 4 and push it down table. Just missed the 5. Ended up a little short on the 6. Probably could have made it work, but he's not going to get the opportunity. Lito's going to have a crack at it. That'll work. Can he draw off of it into the rail between the 7 and the side and then bounce off the rail to get angle to come back across for the 8? I think he can. Draw in here and out. Elected to go forward. Still the same result, though, as you can see. Several different ways to play it from here. Bottom right and draw over to this side. You can play it forward. 3 rails. Options are there. It's going to take a good stroke, though. Yeah, might have been a little closer to the side pocket than he wanted, but that's going to work. Eight 6. Lito clawing back. Taking a quick break. Ross going after the 110. It's a pretty messed up table with the 4 down by the 9 and no way to break it out off the 3. Or no easy way to break off 3. Doesn't get it done, so this match will continue with Lito. Top left corner pocket for the 1, or will he cut it in the side? 6 of one, half a dozen of another. And now he's pointed at about the 35-yard line. Gonna have to get creative with the 4. He's doing well to keep control of the cue ball, keeping that underway. Playing safe, getting that 3 ball closer to the 4. Well, didn't quite get the safety there. Ross can still cut that 3 ball to the end rail. Maybe get the cue ball to come back between the 6-8 and use the 9-8-9-4 to block the contact with the 3 for Lito. He may even be able to make that 3 from there. It's tight, but it might go, and then he can just take that cue ball into the rail and go after the 4. Risky, but it's there. He's thinking about it. He's taking a long time to look at this. Got to smooth the cue ball in. You can't stab this. Oh, you got the action on the cue ball right. Little unlucky to hit the 9 ball so full. Hasn't ended up in the greatest position for Lido either, though. Lido has to make this 3 and then somehow get back down table for the 4 while also jacking up over the 9 to hit that cue ball. I would not be surprised if we see him play a safe here. And at that, where do you play safe? You bank the 3 ball this way and send the cue ball the other way around the table. Lido just bridging over the 9. He's gone for the 10. Oh, and he's hung it in the corner pocket. This is dangerous. It's fortunate that that 3 ball isn't stacked up on the 10 right now, but Ross can play this in the bottom left corner pocket, still have a shot at the 4 and then the 5. I don't believe Ross will go after this right now. Ross weighing his options here. There's a safe there, but you really don't want to try it. I mean, you're just putting the 3 ball into that cluster and leaving the cue ball down by the top left corner pocket. You could make the 3 by accident. I think you've got to play this in bottom left corner, right past the 5-6, and just shoot the 4, and then play the 5-10 combination. Well, he might have left a window there. Lido jumped up to look at it. It's almost there. I don't know. Lido's not jumping down to shoot at it right away. He's going to take a look at it from the other side. Do you kick one rail at this 3 or do you kick 2? And he's only got the edge of the 3. He doesn't have the full 3. He can definitely see the edge of the 3, but he can't do anything with it. There's no way he had room to play the combo with the 3 on the 10, or he would have shot it. Right, I get it. I mean, it looked like it was there, but when he steps up and takes a good look at it and doesn't shoot it, there's no way he passes that up if he had room. I don't even need to look at it. I know how good Lido is, and if he walked away from it, then it wasn't there. He tried to squeeze that cue ball. Did he call the 10? I think he called the 10 and he tried to squeeze the cue ball between the rail and the 8. Ross just needs to pot the 3, a little bit of top on the cue ball. He should get to that right hand or the top side of that 4. When you're on the hill like this, you just don't want to rush and make a mistake. That 3 ball goes clean into the top left corner. It's just, how does he get a look at that 4? He can't bank anything onto that 10. Well, he could bank the 3 onto the 10 right now, but that's super risky. Unless you're really confident on 2 rail banks. And he's looking at it. He's lining it up. He's really serious about playing the 2 rail bank 3 onto the 10. I would have thought he was going to play this in the corner, but he's going after the 10. I don't know if he called it. I didn't see him call it, but and he's left the edge. Did he leave the edge or is he hooked? All right. Just making sure that that still works. It wasn't drawing. Oh, no, he's hooked. He's hooked. He's going to have to masse around it. So he's going to... Nope. He's playing off the rail here, it looks like. Off the rail, into the 3, into the 10. There it is. Nicely done. I didn't see that until he started to line that up. Well, they're already supposed to have started the next round. They shouldn't be taking any breaks here. I don't think they're going to. Lito's going to start off right away. Nope. Setting the cue down. If they do have a break, it won't be very long because they are running just a tad bit behind. That's looking dry. Dry but open. Ross has a thin cut on the 1, but he's headed towards the 2, so it shouldn't make much of a difference. He's not going to be able to hold it, so what he may do is try and spin around it, right? The 1 in there, and then try and get that cue ball to spin long, and then back around for the 2. Nope, he elected to play safe. I am much too aggressive of a player. I have to play safe more often. A mental note to make a criteria for, you know, this is too risky of a shot, play safe. 1 ball's come out to the center of the table. Unfortunately for Ross, that 10 ball's in the road, so he'll kick at it, calls the 1 in the side. Doesn't need to have a lot of pace at this. Nice and slow is fine. Oh, well, unless you don't get a rail. I didn't think of that. If you hit that right-hand top side of the 1, then you make it, but your cue ball doesn't go too far, and you can still have that 2 ball in the bottom right corner. Ball in hand for Lito. He'll take that 1 in the side. Roll that cue ball forward just a little bit to try and get straight on the 2. Or he's going to play safe. They'll try and get that cue ball in between the 6, 7. He's just going to roll that cue ball in between the 7 and the 9. Well, he's left a 3-rail kick. I'm not sure I'd go for the 2 because you do give yourself an opportunity to hit the 8 or the 2 first, going 2 rails. But if you go 3 rails, I think you have a decent opportunity for that. Oh, so he hit up the rail a little bit too far. He hit up here. That brought it down and passed. So he's on 2. And with that, I think you can be guaranteed you're going to see this 1 ball heading in that direction. Something like that. I know my angles aren't quite right, but he's going to try and get that 1 ball right in there. You saw him indicate it. Leave that cue ball right behind the 2, and we'll be hill. Oh, he might bank that. Oh, look at this. Well, the problem here is he's left the 2-rail follow. You can just follow it exactly the way it is. And the indication of that is the fact that the cue ball didn't move. So as long as you were paying attention as to how close the cue ball went by the 9 or the 1 ball went by the 9, you can follow that 2-rail shot. If you play it with top and follow the initial line, you'll miss. Ross with a great hit, needs to avoid the scratch. Oh no. Made a great 2-rail hit, but ended up scratching in the side for the 3-foul loss. It's now hill, folks. That was crazy. Makes a great hit, but ends up scratching off of it. Tough go there. Tough go. Should have hit the replay button on that. So all tied up, 8-8. Lito breaking on the hill. On the hill. 8 balls down. 1 ball's over the hole. Table is wide open. Ross is going to be fortunate to get to this table. Pretty simple table. Lido can play into there for the 2. Doesn't have to go anywhere for the 3. He can play 3-rail shape for the 4. The 3 to the 4 might be the trickiest positional shot here. Lido's just going to draw, like kind of stun off this one with a little bit of left-hand spin. Oh, nope, he's come out. He's going to play the combination. I think that got away from him. I don't think he intended to play the 2-10 combination, but he's called it. I think that's what he just indicated. And he went over to take a look at it. What a comeback this would be. Oh, and he's hung it in the corner pocket, but he's going to get safe. Can Ross see the 2? I think he can see the 2, but I think he can only see the left side of it. Does he try and cut it on the 10 from there? That's almost 90 degrees. Or do you just shoot the 4 into the 10, take the foul, give him ball in hand and make him run it out? Maybe you twist around the 2 or go around the 4. Little slight masse, go around the 4, hit the 2, curl into the 10. It's not a very big target. You don't have a full ball. It is in the horn, so you could miss this. Be a heck of a shot. I think he's going to just masse it a little bit around the 2. Or around the 4 to get at the 2. Could also jump it. Jumping it's going to be a little harder to control, though. Not much harder. Either one's going to be a tough control shot. Yeah, he's just going to spin around the 4 ever so slightly. He's got to be close. Picture it in your head. Get that imagery of the ball hitting the 2 and then sliding over for the 10. It almost still has to be sliding when it hits the 2, so it's got to have pace on it. Did he call the bank corner on the 2? Well, still wide open for Lido here. I don't believe anything is going to lead to another combination on the 10. He'll try and run this out. Unless you end up perfect on the 4 to follow over for the 5 to the 10. See, the problem here is not like 9-ball. You can't just make the 3 and hope you make the 10. You actually have to call the 10, and if you don't make the 10, you lose, or you lose your turn. I didn't see him indicate the 10, so he's just going for the 3. And that was that 3-rail shape up to the 4 that I was talking about earlier. Fairly straight on the 4, but he can just roll forward a little bit, take the 5 to the side. If he doesn't like the angle on the side, or he could draw off of this and play the 5-10 combination right now. And now the only thing he has to worry about here is having an incredibly unlucky double kiss and jam those balls in the corner pocket. I'd say he's like 98% to make this, 99. It could have one of those fluke pots where you actually squeeze the 5 right by the 10 and just jam it in the corner, double kiss it, and still make the 5. But there it is. Lito has come all the way back to win 9-8. So with that, your next two matches are going to be, why is that not updating? I'm going to pull that up, see if I can get that to update. There it is. So Stan and Lito are your first semifinalists. The next matches will be Stephen Holem 763 Fargo versus Randy White 635. So Randy giving up 128 points in Fargo. Is that right? Yeah. 128 points. That's the most so far, is it not? Nope. Bob gave up 139. So, quite a difference. As you can see, the stream is coming to you from the garage in Abbotsford, courtesy of Brad Haydu and Angel Silvera. Thank you very much for letting me piggyback the stream. It's kind of not a lot of fun when I get to do the Saturday, but I'm not usually available to do the Sunday. But this Sunday I was really wanted to, just simply because of the fact that, you know, everybody in the tournament is pretty high Fargos. And it's enjoyable to watch. Now, a reminder for the 8-ball bar box wars. It'll be Fargo Fair Match R6 Medium. Some of the loyal sponsors for Pool in the Valley and on the island with Radford Billiards Supplies and Service, Off the Rail Billiards Apparel, Timey Roofing and High Point Construction, along with West Coast Barrels and Clark Smith Cues. If you haven't seen any of Clark's cues, check out his Facebook page. It's a pretty cool, some pretty cool work. Coming up in August, a Fargo Fair Match tourney at District Billiards. Again, doing the staged tournament group. Stage 1 double knockout, stage 2 single knockout. I kind of like that format because you end up with a redraw, so everybody starts again. But you know, you're not going to be playing Sunday morning at 2 o'clock because it's double knockout and you're trying to fit all these matches in. It's not that you're making a big change and you're not surprising people with anything. What? So Stephen Holem, Randy White, Mike Isaac, and Brady Goling coming up next. I'm going to turn the music up and I'll be back in a minute. All right. We're underway. Randy and Steven on the top table. Mike and Brady on the bottom. Randy tucking that cue ball in nice on that 2 ball, but he's going to have a problem getting to the 3. Not much of one. He's able to open up the 3 for the bank side. He's not taking any time here. Oh, gets it off the 10 in the side. He'll take it. Cut the 4 in the corner, draw into the 6 to stop the cue ball. Well, that's going to be a problem. Trying to get on that 6 after the 5. He's going to have some speed to get down there. Oh, he's just warming up. Oh, I thought they'd already started. My bad. I just went to go make a pot of coffee. I come back. I see them playing. I thought they started. Randy ends up getting there on the 6. Fair to Midland Bank there. So the guy's just warming up. And then they'll get underway. Next round of matches will be at what time? They haven't posted a start time, so it looks like they're just going to play ready pool. So whenever one of these matches finishes, they'll start the next one. Just a little bit of background for any of you for any folks that don't know who Brady Golan is. He became a professional snooker player in 1989, and he played on the Pro Tour for a few years. Till 96. Oh, 94. So 90 to 94, and he officially left the tour in 96. He was runner-up with Jim White in the team finals in the 91 World Masters. Multi-time Canadian snooker champion. He's got a profile on AZ Billiards. The Canadian or the BC snooker champion back to back. You know, there's not a lot. There's no real place to go for this information. There's a thought. Interesting. But we'll see. Should be starting soon. And of course, Stan Taranjo in the Pacific Northwest Pool Wall of Fame. I think he's even been inducted into the WBCA Hall of Fame, but I could be wrong on that. He's been the U.S. bar box champion a couple of times, I think. At least once. Yeah. Difficult to find stuff. If you know, I guess. And I was going to look that up and just confirm exactly where. Stephen Holem, 4th in Canada with a Fargo rate of 763. Only Danny Hewitt, John Mora, and Alex Pagulayan have higher Fargos. Brady Golan's on here. I know he is. Yeah, Brady Golan at 26th with 715, but don't let that fool you. He plays pretty darn strong. Stan Taranjo, 21 with 721 as a Fargo. Some pretty decent players. Brady getting ready to lag with Mike. Looks like Steven's getting ready to lag with Randy. I know lagging's a better way to decide it because it's better than a coin flip. It's decided on skill, but you know, these little 3.5 by 7s, there's not a lot of room for two people to stand at one end and lag. One at the front, 10 in the middle. They used to require you to put the 2 and the 3 on the outside corners, and Brady's probably doing that by habit. I know I do it by habit just because that's the way I started doing it. But you are not required to have the 2 and the 3 on the outside corners anymore. Yeah, according to the WPA, those are the only rule requirements. 1 at the front, 10 in the middle, the others are racked randomly. The 2 and 3 no longer required on the corners. Five and the 6 rocketed towards the side pockets. It looked like the 5 got a little kick by something and it went a little long. The 6, however, found the heart of the side pocket. So Brady is off and running. He's got a little bit of a challenge here with the 1. 7 balls in the road. The 2 ball isn't in great position either. So trying to break this 1 or make this 1 and break the 2 out while hooked. He's going to try and spin around it. He wants to hit the end rail, then spin into the 1 and come back down table. That'll give him an option. And it looks like he's got a possible bank side there. There's the indication right there. He'll play this with a little bit of bottom, a little bit of left. So he'll jack up a little bit. You see how he's bridging on the outside of the table? He's got his hand raised a little bit. And he'll kind of throw it in just like that. Nudges the 9 out of the way, but gets good contact on the 2 to start. Probably come around the 7. I'm not sure how straight he is, but he may have to come around the 7. Oh, he went 1 rail. Can go either way, into the end rail or draw back. Lots of room here. Just probably a little bit of top left, go into the end rail, check it, and come back for the 7. See how it went into that end rail with a little bit of angle and came out almost straight off that rail. That would be the left-hand siding that he's put on it. Just straight draw here. I think he's got a little bit of angle, so the cue ball is going to come off that 7 and come this way. That is all he wants it to do. Oh, he was able to stun it over. Couldn't tell there was quite that much angle there. See, he's off the rail now. And this way, that will ensure that the cue ball comes off the rail, so he's not cueing at the top quarter of the cue ball for the 10 ball. Runs it around. Thought he was going to hold it there, but maybe he came off the rail a little farther and didn't like it. 1-0 with that standard two rail run for the cue ball off of that cut shot to the corner. It reduces your opportunity to scratch. Steven kicking for the 2. I think he called it in the corner. Hit it a little thin. Not quite used to the rails yet. I think that surprised him a little bit. He was trying to hit it a little bit more full in the face and come down to this bottom right corner. Or was that Randy? I can't tell. That was Randy. I have a little bit of a green filter on my screen for my telestrator, and it does change the colors a little bit, so sometimes it's a little tough to tell sometimes. Brady hung the 7 over the side, but the 2 ball came around and clipped it in. He also made the 6. 3 ball is a little tricky near the 10. Oh, coffee's ready. Just gonna go grab myself a cup. Be right back. All right. Fresh cup of Java. Some top level pool players. Gonna be a good afternoon. Brady with the cross corner. Little bit of a two-way shot, because if he doesn't make it, this is what he's gonna leave his opponent. Now, that's a lot of distance between there. I think Mike would love to thin the 4-ball, just move it a couple inches to the left and get the cue ball all the way back down table. But that's going to require some steady nerve and great accuracy. I don't know if I trust myself that much, but Mike's a bit better of a player than I am. He also might just bank it to the side rail and get the cue ball around between the 9 and the 5. Oh, is he going to get a fortunate little roll here? I don't think he got the full safety here. I think Brady can still cut that 4 in if he so chooses. Meanwhile, Steven having to draw right back to the rail to play this 7. Oh, Brady needs a little bump. Uh-oh. He might be frozen to the 9. That 9 came off the rail. I can't tell if he can actually play the 5. You know, it looks like he can, although he's elevated, so he might be twisting it a little bit. He had to spin it a little bit to get around there and make the contact on the 5, and he's left it over the hole, but he's put the cue ball on the other side of the 8. So Mr. Isaac gonna have to come with a kick here. 8 ball's too far away to jump. I mean, you could jump it, you're just not gonna keep the cue ball on the table. Not likely anyway. Meantime, Stevens played great shape to get on that 7, and then he slid the 7 down table. He's right where he needs to be for the 8. Straight top should get him on the 9. Unless he's dead straight on that. He was too straight on that. Couldn't quite tell from my angle there, but that looks good where it's at. Would have liked to have been off the rail a little bit, but should still be able to handle this without too much problem. Here's Mike's attempt at the 5. Good contact. If it gets to the end rail, that'll be even better because Brady won't be able to cut it in. He's going to have to bank it himself. So Steven draws first blood in that race to 9 in our other A-side quarterfinal. well, our quarterfinal. There's no sides, so. And Brady cutting the 5, trying to leave the cue ball down table by the rail, use the 8 to hide it. Doesn't quite get there. He has left Mike a cut on that 5, but it's not a high percentage one. You know, folks, if you'd like and share the stream, I'd appreciate it. We are doing this with permission from Fraser Valley Pool. And that's why you see the live up in the top left corner says 49. They've got 50 people watching via their Facebook page. We've got another 10 via Kickin' Billiards. So thanks for hanging out with me. Interesting break on that top table. That cluster just squished that table together. Steven with a quick push out. If Randy can make the 1 and leave some sort of shape on the 2, he's got a possibility of a 3-rail safety play here. Knock the cue ball 3 rails, slide that cue ball in front of the 10. But playing a player of Steven's caliber, you're going to be hard pressed to get too many fouls off him. You're going to have to lock him up. Brady in the win column, finishing that rack off. It was a little choppy there to start, but worked it out and worked through it. Hey, Dave, thank you very much. Leslieville. Cool. That's awesome. I don't get to do commentary for a lot of players over 700, so this is a lot of fun. That 1 ball gets down past the 3. This will work. He might still have paint. Fortunately for him, paint is all he needs to make that. He's going to be hard pressed to make that and break the 2 out, though. You might want to just kick at it. Try and kick the 1 ball straight down table and get the cue ball to drift over. Oh, that's going to work. Watch this kick. Clips that 1. Like I said, knocking it down table, but then got the cue ball right in on that cluster. Steven trying to get out and around. Going 4 rails. He's going to pick up some spin. He's trying to hit short. And then coming across. Oops. Brady with the carom. He's going to have to cut the 2 in, but if he does that, he's going to run into the 4 and send it down table. If he banks it, he can slide past it, but it's a little riskier for the bank. Now Randy can bank that 2 ball 3 rails and slide that cue ball right back in with the 7-5-10. Got to make sure it doesn't get loose on him though. The angle's going to be fairly shallow, so he's got to make sure that 2 ball comes over here. If it wrecks on the 3, it's not going to work. You didn't want to go into the 5. You wanted to get under the 5 and take that top rail away, but gotta believe Steven's going to hit this one. Anytime you leave a player of these caliber 1 rail kicks, you're really just trying to contain their opportunities. You're not likely going to get a ball in hand on it. Dave, you guys get to watch these, a lot of great pool out in Alberta with all the guys that play from Calgary and Edmonton. An abundance of riches over there. Don't get me wrong, we've got a few good players too, but you guys seem to have us outnumbered by about 2-1, maybe even 3-1. If you look at how many people are above 700 in Alberta and how many people are above 700 in BC, I think Alberta's got the edge in number of players. Now, I'm not sure if Randy's going to try and break this 5 out or not. He might elect to just get the cue ball in there to play a safety on it, thin it. Not sure. He might play this with top left and come in it to break it out. Well, if he can, he'd love to just slide it past the 7, real gentle like, and get the safety, but I don't think that's there. I think he's looking at the carom now. He's called the 10 because he's got no safety on the 5. Nothing that's guaranteed. And if you're not guaranteed to safety and you're worried you might sell out, you might as well call the 10 and go for it because, well, didn't expect that. In the meantime, Brady leading 3-0 over Mike Isaac. Doesn't quite have enough of the 1 ball to pot it in that top left corner. Stephen Holem, ball in hand, 4 or 5 balls left. Got to imagine this is going to be pretty routine for him. I'd like to see Steven play in the World Cup of Pool. But, you know, I mean, that being said, it's still John Mora and Alex Pagulayan. You can't really go wrong with 1 and 2 rated in Canada, right? I think that was Brady that missed the 2. Gotta pay attention more. Tough to watch when you got 2 good matches going. You can't watch them both 100% of the time. The winner of these two matches will face off. And they'll play the winner of Leto and Stan. And that's Steven taking his second. Randy needs to get on the board. Letting Stephen Holem get too far ahead of you is a recipe for a quick early day. Letting him. I mean, if he gets ahead of you, you've got to try and reel him in. And there's another fellow racking the 2 and the 3 on the corners out of habit. I understand. I do it myself. Oh, wow. I think Mike still has the 5, but he might be corner hooked by that side pocket horn. That's close. Watch the 5 and the 9. Those are going to head towards the side. Steven breaking off the rail. He's made the 9. The 1's going to dress up near that corner pocket. Not as much as he would like. 6 balls in the road. It's going to be an awkward little push out. Mike, meanwhile, on the bottom table, still looking to see if he can get by that horn to play that 5. If it's that tight, you're not going to worry too much about shape on the 6. You're just going to focus on the shot. Put the stuff on the cue ball that you need to. And with the cue ball right there, it's going to be top. Just straight top. Try and avoid the 8. Maybe you get 2 rails to shoot the 6 bottom right corner pocket. Oh, he's jacking up. He's going to hop the edge of that horn and then try and draw off of it for the 6. I don't think you could expect too much more from that position. Randy trying to thin the 1. I saw the 1 rattle. Watch the 1. Yep. I think they're having a discussion as to whether it's frozen or not. Well, if it wasn't frozen, then there was no rail. But if it wasn't frozen, then that was good. If it was frozen, then that would be a no rail, seeing as how nothing touched another rail. But must not have been frozen. Sorry, took a second to work that thought through my brain there. Sorry. Mike with a nice cut on the 6. Unfortunate to get held up by the 10. Wanted to come back down for the 8. I mean, if I was playing somebody my level, I might just play the split safety with the 8. Knock the 8 to the side, cue ball to the side. But, you know, playing Brady Golan or playing Stephen Holem or even playing Mike and Randy, I'm not sure I'd like to just give that up. You might be inclined to try and do something a little more. You might try kicking at it with a lot of left-hand side off that end rail, come in behind it and try and just kick that 8 down past the 9. Maybe you get it to the end rail. Or you can go for it. Not too far off, but I think it's going to cost him the rack. In the meantime, Steven, not sure if he can cut this one in or not. It looks like it might be there. There you go. I couldn't quite tell. That was really, really tight. And he's ended up nicely on the 3. That 3 will float down past the 8, past the 10 into the corner. Doesn't have to do anything for shape on the 4 except roll this 3 in. Or I'm wrong and it doesn't go past the 8 and you just cinch him up so he's got to go 3 rails to make this kick. And that's an ugly 3 railer too, because the 7 and the 10 are kind of impeding the progress. You'd like to go this way, but when you're that close to that ball and that close to that ball, that you don't like that. You don't like that if you can help it. Brady out to a quick 4-0 lead. This is the Hotshots Open 10-ball tourney coming to you live from the garage in Abbotsford, BC. Put on by Brad Haydu and Rob Hoiberg, along with Angel and Carolyn helping out, keeping things organized, doing commentary, all that stuff. Speaking of which, TTV Booyah, that is Angel's streaming. She does a lot of streaming for Call of Duty, actually. Pretty good player. Better than I am. Holy cow. Brady just gets the one to drop in that corner. It wiped its feet, washed its hands, and dried them before it fell in. The bank side on the 2 for the 3 in the top left corner. You may have to run past the 4. Not sure what that angle looks like. Oh, he looks like he's going to stun into the side rail and out for the 4. So he'll play the 4 into the bottom left. Hits it sweet. 5 ball's right there. So all he has to do is try and stop the cue ball from rolling at all after the 4. Done. Up and down for the 7. Brady looking smooth on cruise control. Gets the weight right. Many different ways to play shape on this 8. You can come 2 rails. You can come 1 rail. You can play it to the corner, you can play it to the side. That is probably the best way of doing it. Just stunning over for the 10 in the same pocket. Nope, he decided to roll forward. Can sometimes fool you when you're watching where they're cueing on the cue ball. And then they'll just hit it. They could hit it 2 different ways with the same cueing. Or at least it looks like the same from here. You can't really tell. So Brady up 5-0. Mike's got to get into this match quickly. Mike can come back. He's what's his Fargo? It's like 630 something. 633. So he's capable of putting packs together. Do they happen as often as Mike would like? No, but attacks happen as often as any of us would like. No. But they happen more often for him than they do for me, so. Steven with the 8. Doesn't have to do much but keep the cue ball out of a pocket to stay on the 10. Anytime your last ball is within that 1 diamond range of the pocket that it's near, you're feeling pretty good about finishing that off. Brady pocketing balls in the side. Got 1 to go. He's dead straight on the 1. He's going to have to cheat the pocket if he wants to change the direction of the cue ball coming back. Be interesting to see which way he goes here, whether he tries to draw back or whether he tries to kind of stun it down between the 9 and the 2, that line. Just cheating it in the side. I'm not even sure that that's there. I think he's actually looking at that. And then he can draw the cue ball down. That's crazy. I'm wrong. That can't be it. Yeah, see, why would he do that when he can just do... Holy cow, that had some spin on it. Ooh. That cue ball had a bit of rotation going there. Oh, and Stevens under hit the 1. Not going to get there. That's a foul. Not a bad foul to give up. The 2 ball is still stuck to the 10. So Randy's going to have to make a nice little breakout here to get anything going. The breakout is there. You place your cue ball there. You got the 1 here, and the cue ball can come up and around. Brady didn't quite get safe there. He's going to let Mike see the 2. From talking to Mike and Brady have played a lot of matches together. They've met up in a lot of tournaments. I think they know each other fairly well. They probably drove down here together. Not a bad effort, but you know, he was hoping to get on that 3, and if he missed, maybe trap him with the 7. I don't think that was a consideration. Can he cut the 2 into the side and just bring that cue ball in there and hold it underneath the 5 for the 3 in the bottom right corner? Or is he banking it? I think that's what he's running through his mind right now, banking it or cutting it. Looks like the bank is called. I looked away for a second, so I'm not 100% sure. And it's going to fall short. And stack up on the 4. No shot there. I think just thinning the 2 ball and getting that cue ball to run. If you get the line a little wrong, maybe you're going to end up here. But I think you're playing the safety. I doubt that 4 ball goes. It might. I mean, Mike would have a better vantage point than I do. I think it hits the horn, though. Hits the horn and doesn't go. Oh, he almost got in tight underneath the 10, but he hit it just a hair too hard and bumped it out. Oh, there's a nice safety from Randy. Just opens that 2-ball up. Oh, but Brady didn't have the hole too. And I think now Mike has enough. Steven with a legal kick. But Randy's still looking good for this rack. Nothing's tied up. He's just got to pop balls. He's just looking at the 7 to make sure it goes into the side without a problem. If your 8-ball was anywhere but where it is, that 7-ball might be a bigger factor than you'd like. But you don't have to go anywhere for the 8, so you can still hit it fairly soft. You don't have to power it up and try and drive it in, which from that angle will cause a lot of side pockets to spit it out. Just needs to get down onto that 4, get some sort of look at it. Looks like he's drawing off of it. Oh, wow. Straight off the 3. He's got good angle on this 4 to go back up for the 7 to play it in the side, so he shouldn't have any worries about this. He's not trying to get... He's going to try and get where his cue is and play it up table. Okay. I would avoid that like the plague simply because I'm not confident enough in my weight control to stay tight to that rail. Yeah, I'm playing for that side. I mean, it doesn't look as tight as he's making it look. At least that's what it looks like to me. But, I mean, he's got the better viewpoint. If he's having to look at it that tight, then maybe it is tight. I can't get up there and go take a look. But Randy's a good enough player. If it's that tight, it's that tight. Eight ball is going to be the tricky part. 8 to the 9. Oh. I see what he was trying to do there. If he shoots the 7 in the side from there, it's a pretty easy shot to get 3 rails to the 8 and play the 8 down the table. But I'm not sure that I thought that was the way I would have done it. But again, I only have half the info. I have a quarter of the information those guys have to see, right? Because I'm sitting here in the chair. I got one camera view. They can get up, walk around, and they can get a much better feel for the angle. So the player is going to be right 99.9% of the time compared to me. Every once in a while, though, I will be right. Brady trying to draw clean right back down the line of his cue. This is going to be tricky. It's going to be right tight to that 9. Oh, the thin cut shot's still there. He's just going to run up and down the table. See how he gets the speed right here. Uh-oh. Watch it. It's going to bounce off that 10. That'll work. I thought that was going to bounce a little further. But he should be good. He'll grab the rake, the rest, the mechanical bridge, the moose antlers, whatever you want to call it. There is an actual rack that we refer to as the moose antlers, or rest, because it's real funky looking. So 6-0, Brady pulling away. Mike not able to get anything started. On the top table, Randy's got one back. He's on the board. Needs to keep it going. Steven, of course, wants to shut him down and shut him out for the remainder of the match. That's going to be a tricky leave from there. You might be able to thin that in the side and avoid the scratch, but I don't know. Not a ball down, but an open look at the one doth Mike have. See what he can do with it. Randy tried to thin the 3, or did he just try and go for the safety? Thought he was trying for the cut there, but not quite able to get it done. Hasn't left Steven much. A long bank on the 3 possibility, maybe? Oh, the guy is so smooth, isn't he? So smooth. Mike over top the 3. Gets it done. It's going to have a thin 4. May end up taking this 5 ball to the top right corner pocket instead. All depends on whether he can avoid the 7 and sneak in behind it. Well, he might come long. Nope, just one rail. Right there. Needs to slow down and stop. Perfect. Perfect position for the 5. He can just straight follow. Bringing that cue ball into the rail and out. Just past center line will be fine. Don't need to go any further than that. Oh, he elected to try and stun it out. That's still going to work. He's still got a decent angle on the 6. 7 ball isn't too far away. You can just go back and forth, trying to get right back down to this side of the table here, somewhere in there. Oh, not sure that he needed to do that, but now he's going to want to come off of here. That'll get it done. And Mike dressing up the 10 ball. Perfect position, straight in. Last ball on the table to get on the board. There it is. No whitewash for Brady. Looks like Mike's going to take the washroom break, so they'll be back in a minute. 6-1, Brady Goling leading Mike Isaac. Stephen Holem leading Randy White 3-1. Our number 4 ranked player in Canada, Mr. Stephen Holem. Coming out to our little tournament out here. Awesome. With the 3-9, and he's taking the 3-9 because he doesn't want to play shape from the 9 to the 10. He'd rather do the 3, 4, 6, 7 and leave the 7 to get on the 10. It's so much easier. Not that the 9 was the worst thing in the world anyway, but those are the amateur thoughts going through my head. Sliding the cue ball between the 4 and the 10. Gotta watch the side. Doesn't want to be straight. Well, this could be tricky. This could be tricky. Running forward, trying to race 2 rails up at the 7. Did a great job. Sorry, we'll let him finish this out. And there you go. That's going to give Steven a 4-1 lead over Randy White. I just want to watch that shape from the 7 to the 6 to the 7 again. Watch how clean this cue ball goes around. Zips around like nothing. We'll see if Steven continues to break off the end rail. Five in the side, 9 in the side. Cue balls, squats just on the head string side of center. 1 ball's dressed up, 2's over a pocket, 3's not far away. Can't imagine how this isn't an out for Steven. I, however, could mess this up 1,000 different ways. Just for comparison's sake. Maybe getting on the 3 might be a little bit of a trick if he tries to hit that gap again like he just did from the 1 to the 2. I know he wasn't trying to hit the gap between the 7 and 10 for the 3, but I think he'll just choose the smart way and avoid it altogether. Now this is the real only tester that should be here, is cutting this 3 into the bottom left corner pocket. A little bit of right hand side and come 2 rails back out into the center of the table for the 4. Wants to be short of center though. And he's just going to go 1 rail. He's going to roll this in slow. Looks like he's just going to draw inside the side pocket. There you go. A little bump off the rail. And he'll have a nice clean look at the 7. Had a little bit more angle than I thought, but he dealt with it easily enough, drawing into the rail. And for a 5-1 lead, that'll get it done. And Mike and Brady are back. Mike breaking. 5 and 7 are the balls in question, where they're going to go. They're going to come close to the side pockets, I know that. It's a pretty standard 10-ball break. Well, he's actually cut the 1 ball on this side. Has he? No, that's the 1 ball up there. Sorry. I just stood up a little bit, so my angle on the table is on the screen is distorting the colors a little bit. I'll tip it up so I can see a little better. There we go. Cutting the 1 into the 2. Just trying to keep that cue ball from getting in behind the 9-4. Should be able to hit it slow enough. Got to avoid the scratch in the side. No. Just when you feel like your luck is changing, you're going to start rolling. Something goes haywire and sideways again. Brady, meanwhile, three to the 4 is the only thing that's even a little tricky, and I don't anticipate him having any issues with this whatsoever. That's interesting. I guess you wanted to play it that way so you could get the cue ball out for the 4. Cheating the pocket, 3 ball into the right side of that corner pocket with... Oh, I thought he was going to go top right, but he's going to go bottom left, draw into the rail, and spin out. Needs it to go a little further. He's going to have a look at it. Might not be the look he wants, but at least it's a look. Steven, meanwhile, checking his angles. Making sure he can pot this 2 and get around for the 3 in the bottom left corner pocket. From there, to quote another fellow commentator who streams out of Calgary fairly often, it's duck soup. One rail out to the center of the table. Striking low on the cue ball, he'll draw it into that top right side rail. A little bit of spin to stop it from getting down below the 10. And Brady leading 7-1. Looks like Steven's about to go up 6-1. All depends on how he gets up for that 8. Went into the rail slow, but the little bit of siding he had on it was enough to pull it away. Seen a lot of professionals play that way. Six one, Steven ahead. Meanwhile, on the bottom table, Brady, 2 away from putting this match down in the record books. Oh, scratches in the side. Right off the rack. That is the fault of the breaker. So Mike stepping up with the ball in hand. He's got a little bit of a clustered table there in the bottom right, but not too bad. Should be able to make it work. 4 balls gone. Yeah, and the 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 is, or sorry, the 5, 6, 7, 8 is going to be the real meat and potatoes of the work to be done. Well, that didn't make it any easier. Oh, when he pushes the 2 wide. Steven dropping the 1. He'll have the 2-7 combination next. As with any combination like this, you really need to control your object ball. Fortunately, there's not a lot of distance, there's not a lot of power involved, so that 2 ball is almost guaranteed to sit up on that table. Leave it right in front of the side. He's just going to bump this 2-7, leave the 2 ball there. The cue ball go to the end rail, bounce out a little bit, and then he can thin it to get up for the 3. Just roll the 2 in. Roll the 2 into the 7. Leave the 2 there. You'll have shape to get off that 2 onto the 3 after this. Brady on the right side of the ball. Ten to the bottom left corner to go on the hill. There it is. All but done. Mike can still come back, but I think, if you looked at the Fargo odds, they'd be really low. Brady's just playing too smooth, too good today. Mike's missed a few shots that he doesn't normally miss. Steven with a nice little bump on the 4 to get better positioning on it. Just needs to smooth this in with a little bit of right-hand side and just straighten up for the 6. Wait a minute, where's the 10? I totally missed that. I got a little distracted. I was looking at something else. Got some other stuff going on as well. Not much, just trying to keep myself in the game. Quick little rack. Steven 2 away. So they started late, but just due to the nature of how these matches are panning out, it's going quick. Mike, push out to a long one for Brady. Wow. Not that long. It's only a 7-foot table. This is a former Canadian snooker champion. Pretty sure he doesn't find these too long. Good attempt on Brady to get in behind that 5. He's ended up using the 10 and partly the 3 to block the 1. The 1 rail kick is still there, coming up beside the 2. Randy trying to run the 1 on the side, bring the cue ball around. 3 rails for the 2. Landed on the 50-yard line, halfway between the corner and the side. All depends on how you feel at this moment. Brady with ball in hand. That's not something you want to say too often when you're down 8-1. Hey, you need a good roll to win these tournaments. And you need to shoot well. That's generally the person that wins the rack, is the person that's shooting well and getting rolls. Unfortunate for Randy, he let that cue ball get away and it fell into the top side pocket. So Steven's going to come to the table with ball in hand and a wide open rack. Both running the cue ball forward off the 3. Brady a little quicker pace than Steven. Steven likes to take his time. Noticing that now. Oh, he's come up perfect on the 5. Sorry, thought the 7 was the 5 for a second. Well, this is interesting. He's going to want to take this to the bottom right corner pocket. He doesn't want to take it to the side. If he takes it to the side, he's going to roll the cue ball in. Doesn't want it to get away from him. Yeah, into this corner it goes. No way he would have taken it to the side at that speed. Mike back to the table. Got a fairly makeable cut on the 6. Just needs to go up and down to avoid the 9. Hit it a little too thick and a little too hard. And he'll let Brady back to the table. Oh, he's gone too far. Pushes that cue ball right up to the rail. Shouldn't be too much of a problem for Brady. You can just cut the 8 in, roll through the 10, and still have the 9 to the top right. And then he can stun this over or draw it back. He elected to stun it over. That's Steven at 8. And Mike says, that's good. Brady Golan is your winner, folks. 9-1. There we go. So on the hill, he's made a ball. 1-9 combo to start it off. Everything else is pretty open until you get to the 5, but that 5-10 combination is just asking to be the root. Well, he didn't want to be dead straight on the 2. Drawing off the 2 to play the 3 in the top left corner pocket. Might not have been exactly how he wanted to play it, but it works. When your accuracy is that good and your control is that good, you can usually use one or the other to compensate for anything that might occur and fix whatever went wrong. Well, just the way that that's laying, he may end up taking that 5 up into the bottom left corner pocket, but he may, yeah, he's just going to stop right there. 5 top, bottom left corner pocket. Cue ball will bounce out. He'll take the 7 in the top right, 8 bottom left, depending on the angle to the 7. Steven making short work of this rack. Just 2 balls left. And he'll put away a dominant performance against Randy White. 10 ball, bottom left, corner pocket. Cue ball back into the center of the table. Maybe not. You know, who knows. Nicely done, Steven. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back in a few minutes. I think they're just going to set up the rest of the matches. And then they'll be right back. So hang tight, hang with us. We'll be back in a few minutes. They're just going to set up the tables again, change the view so both tables get back. And when we come back, it will be Stan Taranto and Lito Attendido. Hold on, let me refresh that. No, they haven't changed it yet, but it's going to show it in just a second. Stephen Halem versus Brady Golan. Stan Taranto versus Lito Attendido. Over 2,800, almost 2,800. Hold on, let me figure that out. 733. Sorry, 1433. I'm just curious now. Just $2,875 points of Fargo between the 4 members in our final. Fantastic day for pool out there in Abbotsford, BC. But like I said, they'll be right back for our semifinal. All right, we're back, folks. Stan and Lito kicking it off. Race to 9. Lito with an unexpected miss for that 1 ball bottom left. Stan coming between the 3 and the 6 for the 2. Doesn't want to go too far. He's going to end up too far. 1 rail kick at the 2. It's going to be tight past the 3, though. He's going to come in this direction. If he hits it right... Oh. Lito with the bank on the 2. It's going to come a little short. That might be too much of an opportunity to leave Stan. Everything kind of hinges together now. Stephen Brady. There's over 2,800, well, there's 2,875 points of Fargo on the screen. Only one fella's below 700, and that's Lito, and he's at 689, I think. 679. So. Stan cutting the 3 ball in, disturbs the 8-9 just enough to free up the 8 for the side pocket. That's going to come in handy in a couple of balls. And I looked away and didn't see who won the leg. Looks like it's Steven won the leg. Stan wants that to die as quick as it can. That'll work. He should have enough angle here to go into the rail, pop out, take that 6 ball fairly straight on. Doesn't want a lot of angle, just enough to come off the rail a foot or so. Just like that. Wants to stay on the right side of the pocket line from that 8. By that I mean he wants to stay on the right side of that line. Otherwise he'd be going into the 9, and that just makes it a little bit more challenging. Little bottom left, cut this 9 in, come right towards the foot spot. That's this little dot right there for those of you who are just tuning in and aren't huge fans of pool. I don't know where you'd come from, but you know, welcome. So Stan takes the first rack. He leads 1-0 in this race to 9. The finals will go at 4 o'clock today, or fairly close to it, depending on how we finish with these 2 matches. And then we'll be all wrapped up by dinner time, it looks like. Five and the 6 are going to head towards the side pockets if Stan's break holds true. 1 ball should pop up and head up table. Cue ball should come after it. And if he breaks from the left, he's breaking from center. Okay, well, I don't know which side of the table he's going to try and get it on. Probably the cue ball on the right side. Everything stays up. Dry break. He just played on this table not too long ago, so. And Steven rolls right in on the 1. Brady's going to have to play it into the corner and try and bump that 1 ball out past the 2. If he can clip it this way, kick into the horn, into the 1, and bump the 1 ball out here and let the cue ball drift right back into the same position, that would be a great reversal. If he's worried about it too much, he could play the horn and into here and knock the 1 straight up and send the cue ball back there. Danger of scratching always when you're this deep in a pocket, so. And he's gonna call a foul, so it's a moot point. Holy smokes, I missed that first rack up there, that second rack up there. Lito got it. I was just analyzing the bottom table for a minute. Must have been a combination. Trying to commentate on 2 tables at a time is a little hectic sometimes, especially if one of them goes early and you're like, wait a minute, I thought I had time to look at that. The challenge bracket is pinned in the description, or it's in the description of the stream if you're looking for it. Steven electing to go for the safety here instead of the run out. It's going to be a little bit of a tough hit here. That 7 ball is kind of right where you'd want to shoot. With the second rail, you don't want to check it because then you'll shorten up and come right at, between the 10 and the 1. I find it's always a little bit difficult when you have to use spin on 2 rails, whether it's going to open up or shorten itself or... Okay, here you go. He's doing the old Efren. Pulling the Efren Z shot out of his bag. Good contact. Wants that 1 ball to get away. It hasn't. Steven, a little tap on the table. Good hit. Lito taps the 1. Gets a little bit of a safety back, or was that Stan? I don't know. It's probably Stan, and then Lito just walked up like he shot that one. I thought he was headed to the other end of the table to go sit down, but... Steven banking the 1. I think he's gone far enough for the 2. Looks like it. Should be able to either run through and around or draw underneath the 9. It might be a little tricky to draw underneath the 9. Yeah, he didn't get far enough. You saw he indicated he wanted to be another 4 or 5 inches down table. Would have made this a little easier. Lito and Stan playing ticky-tack with the cue ball. I think Lito got him back. He's going to have to kick at it. I thought that was Lito that just shot. Look, I don't know. They're both walking up and looking at it. I don't know whose turn it was. Steven coming a little short, drawing off that 2. And Lito, no question, just grabs the cue ball. That was a foul. He'll give it to Stan. Steven going airborne. I think he just indicated the 10. Yeah, it looks like he's going to try and cut this 3 ball a little bit to the right into the bottom edge of the 10 as we look at it and make that 10 in the top right. Now, legal hit. Ended up fairly safe. Brady comes from a snooker background, but he's been playing pool for enough years that this jump shot shouldn't be anything that's foreign to him. Stan working his way through the rack. Just has 3 balls left to take the lead. Rolls that cue ball forward just a couple of inches ever so easily just to improve the angle so that he can have the cue ball going away from the 10 instead of into it when he goes to finally shoot the 9. Little things like that, super important. They make the run out so much easier and more reliable. I think Brady went to go put his jump cue together. Elevated over the 8. Good contact. And he would have had a look at the 4. But alas, 'tis not to be. Steven's just figuring out his position to the 4. These 2 matches are progressing at a different rate. They started fairly close to each other on time. This table just seems to be fraught with some extra challenges at this point. Super thin cut on the 4. This cue ball's gonna have some speed. Oh, and the double kiss. Long bank for Brady. I think he's just going to play it safe here, try and get that cue ball in behind the 7. Nicely done. He's giving him room to jump it, though. Steven immediately over to look and see if that 7 goes past. It's an important consideration because even if he makes the 4, if the 7's still tied up, you know, there's no real point. Now you're just breaking it out for your opponent. Unless you can lock him up in a safety off of it. There's always other factors, but this might give him an opportunity to get over there, but I don't know. Kicks it to the corner. He called it in the side. Brady taking a look at the 7 now. The 4 ball's close enough to that corner pocket, though, that Brady's going to be able to cheat it and spin that cue ball over there. I expect him to be able to hit this 7 and develop it a little bit more. Lido getting so close to that side pocket. And Brady's missed the 10. Needed to get in and hit it. This is going to be tricky. With only these few balls left on the table, you don't really want to move it around too much and then sell out. I think that 5 ball's available for Stan. He might have to bank it, but oh, he's gonna go off the horn here. He's gonna use the horn to shorten the angle up. Yeah, it's really touchy when you do that. I think he was trying to just draw off of it and not use the horn. That would have been a pretty interesting effort. Pretty sure Steven can place that cue ball in by the side pocket and shoot the 7 in the bottom right corner pocket. He could also place the cue ball over here with a little bit of angle, pushing the 7 that way, but play it with top and the 7 can roll through. I don't think he even needs to throw it. I mean, he can play it with a little bit of side and throw it in, but it's not that. It doesn't look like it's that close. You know, you could even play it with a little bit of angle. Play it with a little bit of angle, come into here. Well, he just changed his angle there. He might just roll straight through it. In the meantime, Stan advancing 3-1. We're still in the first game on this bottom table, and they've run through 4 racks on the top table. That just goes to show you the way things just aren't falling in line on this table. The next few games will probably pick up a lot faster. But Steven's not a super fast player to start with. It's not that he's slow. He's not slow. He's just not. He's not as quick and fluid as Brady. Brady doesn't take a whole lot of time. Straight draw off this 9 or run it into the end rail if he's got a little bit of angle. He's hitting high on the cue ball. This is going to go to the end rail and back out past center. Oh, he wants it to go center, but that's all right. Large target area there. Didn't have to worry too much about it. And Steven with first blood. Lido getting that cue ball right up tight to the 4. This is going to be a tricky hit for Stan. He does have the one rail. He can go short. It's always a little tough to figure out that angle when you're going that tight into a rail, though. Cue ball behaves a little funny sometimes with all the spins that you put on it. So if you're just joining us, this is the Hotshots Open 10-ball tourney. We're in the semi-final. It is single elimination time today. Nice kick. And he's left it out there. One ball straight top left corner. Lido off and running. Might have a little bit of a challenge to get over for the 2 because he doesn't have a lot of angle. But he might have enough angle to get stopped on the 10. Might not be able to draw all the way through. Oh, looks like he's straight enough. He can just roll right through. And I should have been able to do that because you can do the math, right? That line there goes right through the center of the table. That line there goes through the halfway mark, right? You go to the diamond. So just about straight. He must not have been able to get over there for the 2. I was pretty sure he was going to take that to the corner. In the meantime, Grady breaking out the 4. Just come right across table for the 4 in this bottom left. Gentle rolling forward to stay on the 5. 5 to the 6 is going to be the trick. The 7 and the 8 and the 10 kind of block access. Not that the 10 will be a problem, but the 7 or the 8 could likely be an issue. Straight up and down off this 5. Yeah, he'll go forward. If he's putting left on it, he's probably going to go 2 rails. If he's going straight, he'll go 1 rail. Yeah, see, that 7 ball could have been a problem, but he's got by it. In the meantime, Lido going airborne. He's hit the 1, but made the 9. I'm not sure what he called. That's not what he called, apparently. He's going to go sit down. Brady into the 6 and bumps the 8 to stay on the 7. Just needs to roll this 7 in the side. Straight or angle, either way will work from the 8 to the 9. Yeah, he must have been worried about losing the cue ball behind like too long. He thought he wasn't going to be on this side of that line. Right, so now he'll come 2 rails. No, he's going to draw into the side rail and come back into the center of the table. A little bit of bottom, he'll just stun this cue ball into the side rail. Come back out. 10 balls nice and easy. Stan looking at banking the 1 somewhere. Playing a safe. Sending this 1 ball. Sending the cue ball 2 rails, maybe 3 rails up in behind the 4. Oh, that's going to be a little short. He's left it out in the middle of the table. Brady and Steven picking up the pace as Stan and Lito get locked up in a little bit of a battle here in this fifth rack. Yeah. Lito with the long miss on the 1. Broke the 2 free, but now it's Stan that's going to get the opportunity to run this rack. Today's stream, with the permission and cooperation of Fraser Valley Pool. We did half of the first day from the garage yesterday, but I couldn't be at the garage today, and there's nobody playing at the garage today. It's all happening at... Sorry, I was at the slow roller room yesterday. The garage had half, the slow roller room had half. There's nothing happening at the slow roller room today. It's the finals are at the garage, and they already have the stream set up there on Fraser Valley Pool's Facebook page. I believe it's Kenny Brown and Brenda Willis doing commentary right now. It just felt like a tournament like this. I didn't want to just do day 1 and then not do day 2, because I know day 2 is going to be good pool. I wanted to watch and talk. Stan rattles the 3. That's going to bring Lito back to the table. Maybe they had a little bit too long of a break. They're going to need a minute or 2 to get back into it. Looks like the 3 ball goes down there on Steven and Brady's table. Don't know what happened to Lito. Probably just needs a quick break, and they'll be back in a second. A lot of moving parts here right now. He's got a steep angle on the 1. If he takes it to the side, he'll probably roll this to the corner and bring the cue ball out to the center of the table. Lito's back with the 3, bottom left. Probably send the cue ball around the table. And Brady's overhit the cue ball. He's going to be kicking at the 2 now, unless he has paint on it. If he can see the edge of the 2, which I don't believe he can, he'll have to kick at it and hope he doesn't sell it out. Lito knocking the 5 ball free of that side rail. Put it on a bit of a funny angle, but he should be good here. Either just drawing off it between the 10-6 to take the 6 in the top side pocket, or rolling forward 2 rails and coming around the 10. I think he'll draw off of it. A little bit of check siding there to hold the cue ball underneath the 10 rather than on the other side of it. Steven's just going to clip the edge of the 2 and try and get down by the 8. Oh, he's elected to try and get in by the 3-7. It's going to go too far, but the 5 ball is going to hold off Brady's charge unless he can make this off the rail. Lito through to the 7. Looks like he's got a bit of a funny angle here. It might be straight. I don't believe it's to the left. So if it's straight or to the right, he's going to be awful tight on this 8. He'll have to draw backwards off of it. Oh, he's done fine. He's done very fine. Brady makes the 2. But didn't get as fortunate as he was hoping. He's not on the 3. Lito, however, all the way to the 10, but he's under hit that last ball. And he's got a bit more of a cut on the 10 than he'd like. Still makes it happen. Now only trails 3-2. Brady playing this with left siding. He's going to go 2 rails, check it back. Clip the 3. Got the rail. That's a legal hit. Not your usual 3 rails to a hit, but that'll work. A little bit choppy to start with these first few games, but they'll level out. One of them is going to catch gear and start flying. Even trying to get up to the 6-4. Has left a 3-8 combination. Lito with a dry break. 6 is hampered by the 9. One ball's staring at the 50-yard line between that bottom side pocket and your bottom right corner pocket. Notice the effort Brady made to control the cue ball on the 3, so he has another shot at it. A lot of us will simply shoot the 3-8 combination and then deal with the aftermath. It's important to try and control all 3 balls. Stan hanging that 1 ball in the top right corner pocket. Oh, did Brady get far enough for the 4? He did. It looks like he did. Maybe he didn't. He doesn't look too worried about it. He's already checking the angle on the 5. That tells me he's good to go on the 4. Little draw shot towards the 7. Oh, he didn't even try and put that much draw on it. He knew it was going to be close to the 7, so just took what was there. Back and forth across the table. Leaves the 6 to the bottom left. Lito with the miss on the 1. Swing and a miss. Stan back to the table with the ball in hand. And maybe an opportunity to disturb that 6-9 if he'd like. I don't disagree with it. Brady with the 9 and the 10 to get the second rack. His second rack. 3rd overall in this set. The score gets marked. And they continue on. A shaken deuce and a lucky leave will bring Lito back to the table, but without much to shoot at. Brady up 2-1. Got a wide open break here. A little bit of a tougher starting shot with the 1, but he should be able to bank that to the side. There's the indicator right there. Taking a bit of a tougher shot to get better control in the cue ball. These guys don't like to let that cue ball go too often. And that double horns, almost triple horns, I think. Okay, one moment, folks. All right, there we go. Sorry about that. Just remembered that it was getting to about that time I had to take stuff out for dinner. Because, yes, you know, working from home. Playing from home? Working from home? What is that? So, 3-2. Lido clawing back. Trying to make it 3-3. Brady in tough on the 8 here. Really, the only thing he's got is that kick to the side. He can make it. It's makeable. It's not a high percentage shot for sure, but it's still makeable. And look at that. What did he miss it by? An inch? Now, Steven shouldn't have too much trouble with this. Of course, he's going to make the 8 ball. The question with any time you have a ball deep in the jaws of a pocket is cue ball control. Things go funny whenever that ball's deep in the jaws of a pocket. I think it has to do with how much line or linear room you have to plan the actual route of the cue ball. I mean, you have to worry about the side pocket, that top side pocket being in play. Unless you hit it that smooth. And then you're good. Nothing wrong with that. Lido tying it up at 3. Looks like Steven's going to tie it up at 2. I got to adjust that. There we go. So that's how we got here today. I would have run over it for you, but I noticed that Lito was just about to break again, and I figured I better get back to the action because we want to see the action rather than the past. Who likes to dwell on the past? Oh, Lito getting a little unlucky with the cue ball there. That was the cue ball, right? That's... The color's a little washed out on that ball next to the rail. I think that's the 9. Or is that the cue ball? Maybe the 9 fell and it's the cue ball there. That's the cue ball. Okay. Thought for a second that that was the 9. Edge of the one. You got to watch where you're going to hit that rail. You can see he's picking his spot. I'll probably play this with some siding and try and get that cue ball on a wide angle off that first rail. Oh, he hits the 6 first. Unexpected foul there. Stan getting cleanly on the 2. Should be able to draw straight off of this. Oh, he's rubbed the 6. That changes things. That 3 ball is not going to cut to the side, I don't believe. You have to hit that super thin. You may end up just playing a safety here. Steven pots the 6, nudges the 7, still ends up good on it. He'll pop into the 10 and still run forward here. Can't do anything but with the topspin. And that 10 ball is going to get spotted. But he doesn't mind because he's straight in on the 8. Stan wants that 3 ball to stop. It has, but it's just given Lito enough paint to play a safety of his own, I think. And that gives Steven the lead, 3-2. Lito trying to play safe on this 2, get the cue ball up in that top right corner area. The 3 ball in the middle of that end rail. That's well done on Lito's part. I thought he had to hit that thinner, but he was able to put it in the cluster. Not sure what Stan can do with this. That 3 ball was spinning fairly well. Might have spun in front of the cue ball there. I can't tell if he sees the 1 clearly or not. Meanwhile, Stan looks to have figured out a plan of attack. Going just past the 6, kicking into the 3. No. He's going to try and tie up the 6-3 because the 3 ball doesn't go anywhere. He's going to make Lito shoot the 3 ball somewhere. Play a little safety here. Better than breaking it out for him and giving him a wide open run out. So some early strategy from Stan. He's not going for the 10 here, is he? I think he may have to play the 3 off the 5 and try and leave the cue ball right there. You push the 5 over to here. You take away this rail with the 6-4-5. And you take away this rail with the 10. But just a thought. Steven, meanwhile, trying to double his lead. He's going to draw off the 4. Doesn't want to be straight on this 5. Needs a little bit of angle. Well, Lito has gotten a decent safety out of this, but Stan can still kick at it and make that 3 in the side. Vito must have looked at that and thought he just couldn't do much more with it without risking too much. And Stan, kicking at that 3, ends up safe. As the cue ball goes long, checks, slows down, and hides behind the 4. Meanwhile, Steven almost to the 10. And to take a 4-2 lead. There it is. It was kind of funny. The first 4 games that Stan and Lito played took the same amount of time as the first game that Steven and Brady played, but now they're almost caught up. Just goes to show you how much safety flip play can affect the speed of the match. Stan with a good clear opportunity here, drawing off the 3 into the side rail, back into the center of the table for the 4. Would like to stay on the right hand side of that pocket line. Not sure if he's done so. No, he's gone to the left. So he will probably, well, I thought he might run forward, but he's just going to draw over to here. Rattles the 4, held it there for the 5. Meanwhile, Steven breaking everything, dropping 3 balls on the break. He's dressed up on the 2. Everything else is wide open. Look for Steven to finish this rack off. Standard 2 rails back into the center for the 5. Looks like the 6 goes by the 8. If it does, he'll just go 1 rail, cue ball to the center of the end rail, back up towards the middle of the table. He elected to play it to the side. He's landed perfect on it. Here it's just 1 rail back out. As you can see, he's checking his angle where he wants to be for the 7 in the side. He's gone a little far. You see him put his hand up to stop the ball. He may elect to take this to the corner. If he doesn't, he probably won't try and draw off. He'll probably run forward and then up. But he's drawing off of it. Checked it next to the side. That was close to the side pocket. Whew. Little dangerous, but he's a little more solid of a player than I am, so I would have been a little bit more nervous seeing that get that close. And there it is, Lido dropping the 10 on the top table to get the 4. Steven with a break and run to make a 3-game lead. And now they've actually played the same number of games and they're all caught up. At one point it was 4-1 for Stan and Lido versus Steven and Brady as far as games played. They'd played 4. Steven and Brady played 1. But that first game had a lot of clusters, issues, problems, and there were a lot of safeties played. So the 3-8 towards the side pockets for Lido, the 5 and the 4 going 4 rails around the table. If they don't get kicked, could drop in a corner pocket. 9 and 7 could bank to either corner pocket near Lido. So watch that. And nothing went where it normally does. That tells me there must have been a gap somewhere in that rack. Even though it's on a template, gaps are still possible. Close to the 1 ball. Not much Stan can do here except play safe. He's going to knock that 1 in between the 4 and the 7. Try and get the cue ball safe. Oh, he's left it open for Lido. Steven, meanwhile, with another good break and an open table. I think he's got a good angle here. He can just stun a little bit with the 2 in the side and stun a little bit toward between the 10 and the 3. Just improve that angle on the 3 a little bit. Oh, quite a lot there, actually. And now I'm not sure he wants to go forward. He's going to draw off of this and try and come between the 10 and the side pocket horn. So that angle there. Yeah, well, there you go. See? Right in between. Perfect onto the 4. I'm not sure he's got enough angle to draw and spin out. He may elect to just try and play the 4 and hold the cue ball before the 10. Looks like he's going to hit this gentle with real sticky bottom on it. Oh, look at that. Right through there to land at the 50-yard line between the side and the corner. I think your corner is your best bet. You can draw off of that and come 3 rails around for the 7. Again, just about at the 50-yard line here. Sitting in the middle, but should be okay to draw into the rail. Pop this 7-ball top right. Wants it to stop. And it does so. Perfect for the corner in the bottom left. Steven hitting a stride. starting to knock him down. Brady hasn't been to the table in a couple of games. Last time Brady got to the table, it was 3-2. Stevens broken ran 2 in a row. Looking to put a third down range. Stan and Lito playing some safety battles. That's going to get away from him. Two ball doesn't quite look like it's got that corner pocket. It's tight, but it's not quite there, I believe. So Lito going to play another safety. I suspect he'll bank that two ball down table and run the cue ball into there. My angles are a little off, but you know what I'm trying to say, up and behind the 7. Is he going the other way? Oh, he called the 5 and a carom. That's what he did. Oh, I was wondering what he was waving his cue at there, gesticulating his cue. Steven with the push, pushing into a jump shot. Or a rail first, but I think that side pocket's kind of where you want to be for the rail first. You can adjust that with spin. Little too much. Oh, and the cue ball comes right back across for the 1. And that's going to leave Steven a wide open table. Lito with another early 10 to take a 2-game lead. I wish they had the line on the table, because I can't tell if that template looks crooked or not. I mean, it's probably fine. Lito's the one that's going to want it as straight and consistent as possible. Oh boy. That could be another early 10 for Lito here. Steven's just going to slide forward into that top side rail. Get a little angle on the 8. Straight top on the 8. Roll out for the 10 ball in that upper corner pocket. It's pretty tough to win games when every time you come to the table, you're kicking at a ball. Good table control from Steven. And there it is. Lito double kisses a 10 and he takes a 6-3 lead. So they're actually keeping pace game for game. Should be 6-3 Lido, should it not? You should see that. There you go. 6-3, 7-2 on the other scores. 9 games played. Steven with another ball down on the break, and he's going to get a look at the 1. It's not easy, but a 1-6-2 combination to start it off. You want to hit this with just enough pace to clear the 6 ball out of the pocket so you can shoot the 1 right afterward. That doesn't mean it's going to be a lot of pace, but you want to make sure you hit the 2 half ball so the 6 moves away. Or you hit it full in the face so it follows it in. I mean, you know, 6 of one, half a dozen of another, whatever you like. A little bit of bottom left, soft draw on this one. Just pulling that cue ball back, trying to straighten out on the 3. You don't want to come too far. Oh, maybe you didn't have to. Just popped it off the rail. Looks like he's dead straight on the 3. That means rolling up to the 4 is all he needs to do. Stan trying to kick past the 7. Might need to shorten his initial angle a little bit and then use some siding to widen it back out for the 1. Not sure if he needs to do that. He might have just enough room to play this angle straight and true, but it looks like the 7 ball's a little close. Camera angles can always be deceiving. Yeah, it looks like he's hitting a little left of center on the cue ball, trying to go the 2 rail route. Steven coming a little bit short on that positional shot to the 10, but certainly well within tolerances. I don't think there's a person here who doesn't expect him to make it and go on the hill. There it is. So starting out, trading games to 2-2, and then Stephen Holem has taken control and not let Brady have much of an opportunity at this table, at these tables. Broken ran 2. Kept played a controlling safety on a couple of others. Next thing you know, you're down 6 when you were even. I think Brady's only been to the table three times in the last 6 games. Maybe 4, I'm not sure. Looked like a foul from Stan there, didn't he? Yeah, okay, yeah. So it's ball in hand for Lido. I was coming to that table just a heartbeat slow there. Thought I saw him hit the wrong ball first, but wasn't positive. So Steven breaking from the rail. 5 in the side, 9 goes off the near horn. Cue ball dresses up on the 1. So what do you think of Steven's break? Seems to be working for him this set. Anybody here watching for the Chuck Markulis down in, or anybody here watching from Hard Times down in Sacramento? Watching the Chuck Markulis 9-ball? Probably not watching this if you're down there watching that. But that's a pretty good event going on right now as well. They had a few more players though. I think they had like 140 players. Oh, Steven jaws the 2. So Brady, for the first time in almost a half a dozen games, comes back to the table with something he can see. Let's see if he can turn it around and put a few onto Steven and make this a closer game. Not that Brady's been shooting bad, he just hasn't had very many opportunities. Now you see how Brady walked over to see how far back he had to come so he could see enough of the 4-ball to cut it in. He's not going to mess around with going forward, or maybe he is. He's now checking to see how much room is there. Checking both is important. And he rolls forward. He deemed it easier to go forward to the 4 rather than draw back. He's just got to pot the 4. The cue ball is going to float naturally towards the head string for the 6 in the side. Might have wanted another inch on that one, but that's okay. Brady's played enough pool. He's not going to get upset if somebody gets ahead of him. He's just going to bear down and do what he needs to do and try and get out.
You were on my mind today for the first time in a long time, and I pulled out my phone and I hope you don't mind.
Lito, meanwhile, trying to get to 7. Oh, Brady staying alive. It's his 3rd rack. And Lito just getting a nice rub to slide past the 10. But he'll get to 7. August 2023 at District Billiards. What's the address to District Billiards? Somebody watching from District Billiards? Throw the address in the comments, please. I think that's in Kelowna, isn't it? I should know that. Sorry, I don't. Yeah, Kelowna. Silly of me not to remember that. Oh. Stuff happens, right? Lito with the 8 down. He's going to have a look at the 1. It's a little steeper than he might like. I suspect he'll play safe. Brady, meanwhile, breaking in the bottom table. And he's dry. Wow. A 10-ball break seems to have a certain speed that when you pop it, those 2 balls behind the head ball do come loose and head very close to the side. You overhit it. Doesn't seem to get where you want it to. Stan, meanwhile, trying to fight back. Needs to put a win or 2 on his column soon, or he'll be out of time. Oh, and he hangs the 1 ball, but well, I was going to say he hung it, but it actually did drop. Steven, without much angle, able to force the cue ball out to center table for the 2. He's a little straight on the 2 ball now, so he may have to come around for the 3. Not sure if he's got enough angle to do that. He may just have to draw right off the 2 right back to where he is. He looks really straight and he's digging in underneath the cue ball. Right back to where he is. Almost there. He's got to be careful here. This is not going to work out nicely to the 4. He's got to plan the 4 ball. He's got to just bump the 4 ball enough so that it hits the rail and comes out for the side pocket again. And the cue ball doesn't get loose. Well, I'm not sure if it goes by the 7 to the corner. Looks like he's playing safe. Gonna roll the cue ball up to the 8. That's what happens. Stan gonna have to draw off the 4 into that bottom side rail. The bottom left rail? Side rail? Yeah, the bottom left side rail. And back out to where he is for the 5. That's gonna be a little short. It looks like Stan's got there for the safety, but there might be a window through there to clip that 5. We'll see in a minute when Lido takes a look at it. Steven popping the 4-ball bottom right. Just comes clear of the 10. I believe he's got that 5 in the bottom left. One more good shot. Has to bring that cue ball back up 2 rails towards the 10 past center for the 6 to really be in good shape. Oh, Lido's kicking at the 5. He's gone 1 rail, 2 rail, hits the 5, gets the legal requirement of another rail afterward. And doesn't leave Stan much. He's got the 5 in the side. Cue ball will come 2 rails back down for the 6. It's going to be a little tricky. Oh, Steven couldn't see enough of the 5 to make it. He's elected to try and play safe, but he's come around. Left the 5 for that top right corner pocket. Small test for Brady here. Needs to stick this and get that cue ball to bounce back out. Between the 6 and the 10 would be perfect. Not right up on the 10 though. Oh, Brady rattles the 5. It can get a little tight sometimes when you know that any miss that you make could sell out the set. And in single elimination, that might be the last shot that Brady plays today on the tables. Too smooth. I think he was trying to hit the 10 ball with the cue ball just to stop it there, to make the 8 to the 9 a little easier. Not that this is going to be hard. It's a little thinner than he'd like, so he may elect to put a little bit of right sand siding on this and spin around the table. May use left and try and keep it up and down. Left is probably the safer bet. Oh, he needs a bounce. He needs a bounce. Just enough. Stan playing the 6 off the rail, comes across for the 9. Should have that in the top or bottom right corner pocket without an issue. Steven Holem with the 9 in the bottom left. Just a nice, even stroke has brought that cue ball right where it needs to be. taking just a little bit of extra time to make sure he pots this 10 in the side. Stephen Holem knocks out Brady Golan. And now they'll switch to one table and focus on Lito versus Stan. Lito only 2 away. Stan needing to get some tables downrange. That's 1. 7-4. Only trails by 3 now. Still needs 5 out of the next 7, right? Five out of the next 6. Yeah. Template rack, making it faster to keep moving. Rolls the games along a little bit quicker each rack. You're not messing with that hand rack. Oh, Stan loses the cue ball, drives it right into the side pocket. That didn't get kicked or anything. That was just a top spin zip into the side. He's a little close to that too. He doesn't have a very large target area, so he's done well to hit that gap. Three ball goes by the 8, or by the 4, sorry, to the side, to the top right-hand corner pocket. So he should be able to roll through. If he plays the 3 into the side, the danger here is moving the 4 to the rail. It's not a big deal if you do roll it forward to the rail, because you can just leave the cue ball on the rail and shoot it straight. 5 isn't anywhere. Oh, don't set it on the rail. You didn't need to set it on the rail. I thought he'd just bump it about a foot down the rail. I'm really surprised he hit it that full. I thought he was just going to nudge the 4 down the rail a little bit. But, I mean, that could have bounced off and worked out well. It's just unfortunate that it's gotten so tight to the end rail. Just going to play safe, trying to get the cue ball in by the 5. He's fallen short. Fallen short by a hair. He should be fine. He can just roll this 4 ball in with a little bit of top right, but literally roll it in, and you're going to hit the side rail and spin over for the 5. You're not going to have a problem. Nice and smooth. Roll it in with a little bit of right hand spin. Well, he's elected to go a little bit faster and into the 8, but he's gotten clear. He's gotten clear, and he's got a look at the 5. So safest way to do it was to make sure the pot first, and then have another, and then put enough pace on it that you get through. Because even if you can't shoot the 5 to the side, if you come all the way to the rail, you could have taken the corner. He should be able to come off the rail a little bit. That will allow him to draw back off the 9 a little easier to play the 10 in the top left corner. Unless he's got a perfect angle to drift straight across and play that 10 to the bottom left. But probably drawing back. There you go. (7-5). The saga continues. (7-4). Lido leading Stan. Lots of pool to be played still. Stan to break. Breaking off the rail as well. No, he's not. He's going to be on the table. I think you might get more power off the rail, but I think you get more control off the mat. If you watch all of the professional pool players play, I don't think you see very many at all that break off the rail. Now, we don't get to see them on 7-foots. Maybe they change their position on 7-foots. They're always playing on 9-foots. And on 9-foots, you've got a lot more room between the rail and the head string to get your arm, get comfortable, take whatever position you feel necessary. 7-foots, you are a little limited. Hasn't quite come back on the line he wanted. He may end up playing safe here. Just bank the 3 into the 9, get the cue ball 2 rails, come up on the 10-6. Nope, he's going to drive the 3 ball down table between the 8 and the 6. Nope. Left it up there. Didn't make it, so Lido has to shoot it. Probably the biggest difference between 9 ball and 10 ball is that in 9 ball, when you fluke a ball, you get to keep going. In 10 ball, when you fluke a ball, it's your opponent's choice as to whether you get to keep going or not. And if the result is unfavorable to you, they're going to make you shoot again. If the table looks wide open and yummy after you fluke a ball in, well, thank you very much. They're going to take it from here. I don't mind that penalty in 10 ball. I also don't mind the luck factor in 9 ball. I think somebody presented a pretty good argument for alternating break versus winner breaks. Up to the race to 7 is alternating break. Race to 9 and more would be winner break. I think that's a great idea. I think that's the right balance. Lito through the rack. Is he gonna get too far? Nope, he's all right. He stayed there for the 4. Another inch, he might have had a problem. Lito needs 2 racks to continue. They'd like to start the final about 4 to keep it rolling, maybe 4:30, but probably sooner than later. Makes the 4, pushes the 5 over that corner pocket. This is your tricky shot. Gotta come straight down the middle at it. As you can see, he was indicating the center of the table. And he's hit it almost exactly where he pointed. So there you go. One more shot to get clean on this 7. And Lito is looking good to get to 8. Taking a little bit of extra time. Wants to be sure of this. Up nicely for the 7. Maybe if you wanted a little bit more, but it's nothing he can't correct with a little bit of spin. Cut the 7 to the side. Little top left, check the cue ball, bring it right back out to the edge of that oval garage sign on the table. Well, you wanted to stay a little straighter. This makes it a little funny. Now the 9 does go by the 10, but there's not a lot of room. If he was another 3-4 inches out off the table, he could just stop it right there on the 8, shoot the 9, 10 in the same pocket as the 8, 9 in the bottom left. But as a result, he's going to have to come over across to this side of the table and play the 9 past the 10. He has gotten a little funny. This is missable. If he doesn't just barely miss the 10, because that 9 ball's tight past there. Got to get that 9 past the 10. Cue ball, 2 rails back out for the 10. Could easily play this a little wide and hang it. Watch out for the side pocket. Oh no. That's going to give Stan 6 racks. Wow, and that all starts right there on the 8 ball, right? Or the from the 6 to the 7, right? He came up short on the 7, couldn't come out as confidently towards the center of the table as he wanted, ended up being a little short on the 8. And from the 8, trying to correct it, ends up a little short on the 9 as well. And then scratches in the side on a shot that, if he had have been good off the 7, probably never would have even come close to needing to play that. It's a tricky setup. I know that one hurts, eh, Stacy? So there you go. Stephen Holem's route to the final today. He's won 18 games, lost 4. He's lost a total of 4 games. Lito squeaked by Ross Bradson 9-8. He does lead Stan Taranjo 8-4. Oh, sorry. Isn't that 7? Oh, sorry, that's 8 is his position number and 4 is the position. Okay, that's not the score, yeah. Because they're still in the middle of the game. Well, they're going to cycle through some photos. There's August 2023, the Fargo Fairmatch tourney. 10 ball out of District Billiards in Kelowna. This is our tournament today, all put on by Brad Haydu of the Garage and Rob Hoiberg of the Slow Roller Room. Doing awesome things for pool out here in Fraser Valley. They've got another one coming up, the 8-ball Bar Box Wars. Along with the sponsors of all of our normal dedicated people that help support pool in the Fraser Valley. Mike Silvius of Timey Roofing, Pete Archambault of West Coast Barrels, Andy Kloss of High Point Construction, Clark Smith of Clark Smith Cues, Jeff Radford of Radford Billiards Supplies and Service, and I missed the one on the top right. I apologize, I didn't get through them quick enough. So Stan trailing 6 games to 7. But he'll be breaking in rack number 14 with an opportunity to level it up. I'd like to thank Brad Haydu again for letting me steal their stream today. I really appreciate it. Super nice of them to do that. It's muchly appreciated. I like doing commentary. I don't do enough of it. It's been a while, to be honest with you, and I'm feeling pretty rusty. So, but we've got another tournament next weekend out of the Metro. Nine and 5 in the side, both of them the way they're supposed to be. Stan playing safe. Is it going to stop in time? Looks like it is. There's just no point in running that cue ball around the table too much if you don't have to. And Stan weighed his options of making that one versus selling out the rack. And I think correctly he came to the conclusion that he should probably just play safe. As a result, Lido kicking at the 1. Didn't miss that by much. And that 1 ball slowed down fairly quickly. But this is still a good opportunity. A good opportunity for Stan. Little bit of body and cue English after the fact there. I think he thought he missed that 1 for a second. On the 3, should just come past it, pop back out into the middle of the table for the 4 in the top right corner pocket. Again, another nice, smooth, slow roll. Doesn't need to really go anywhere or do anything. Stay on the 6, just needs to keep the cue ball in the open. Now he can draw off this 6 a little bit just to improve his line on the 7. He elected to go forward and spin down. Probably the easier of the two ways. I mean, let's face it. If I suggest something and Stan suggests something, you should probably go with Stan. To draw level. There it is. 7 apiece. It's single elimination, race to 9. The finals will be a race to 10. These guys started that format a while ago, and I gotta be honest with you, I like it. The tournament doesn't finish at 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock in the morning on Sunday. Everybody goes into it knowing that this is how it's run, so nobody has a problem with it. You get to kind of relax and watch the pool on Sunday, and I'm sure the players like knowing that they're not going to be up till 2 o'clock in the morning and have to go to work at 7 a.m. and, you know, they can actually rest and focus on their match rather than trying to conserve energy throughout the day. Stan with 3 balls off the break. 2 ball is in what I consider to be one of the most awkward positions on the table. It's not too bad because it's off the rail. If it was off on the rail, it would be one of those horrible balls that just by nature of where it is on the table become a problem. Stan's got to avoid that 7 ball. But if he goes around the 7 ball to the bottom side, he brings that scratch in the side into play. So he's going to try and come above the 7 ball. Or maybe not. Looks like he's putting bottom on the ball. Watch the scratch. Oh my gosh. I thought that was going to hit the 2 and go in the side. As it is, he's going to bank the 2 bank side. Bank the 2 and get the cue ball 3 rails up table back to the head string. He doesn't like it. No, sir. No, sir. He does not like it. Now, the 2 cross side was never really the problem. It's the cue ball. How can he get that cue ball around the 8-10-4 and back out for the 3 without getting locked up anywhere? And he's shortened the bank on the 2. Has now left it over the pocket. And now Lito can come around. And play it short or long for the 3 ball. He's going to go long for the 3. Hits it perfect. Absolutely nothing wrong there. He can just roll the 3 in the side. He'll end up on the 4. Any little angle is going to give him enough to get off that rail so he can shoot the 7. Come 2 rails for the 8. The 9 ball left the table on the break. It's been long gone. And then the 10 ball will drop into that top upper corner pocket. And Lido could be on the hill. He's got more angle on the 7 here than he wanted. So he's got to roll it slow with left-hand spin to lengthen out that rail. Wants to avoid the side pocket, but only by, well, by about the middle diamond, actually. He'd love to be halfway into to that rail. Coming at the 10. Now he can either carry him into the 10 or draw off this 8 and play the 10 into the same pocket as the 8. Looks like he's going to draw off the 8, play the 10 in the same pocket. First one to the hill is Lito Attendito. As soon as this 10 ball drops into the bottom left corner pocket. I think this match is going to come down to whether Lito makes a ball in the break or not. If he doesn't make a ball in the break, I wouldn't be too surprised to see Stan run out, break and run out. Even though his break hasn't been working as good as he'd hoped, I'm sure. But if Lito makes a ball, I think he runs out and this match is over. Nothing down. Stan's not got a wonderful starting ball, though. Not sure he can see all of the 1. He might call the 10 in the bottom left corner pocket. He's got to play safe on the 1 anyway. He can knock the 1 rail into the 2. Cue ball comes past that 1. Well, he's not going to knock it into the 2. But he might send it 2 rails at the 3. Cue ball's going to head right at that 10. It's risky, and you probably shouldn't do it, which is probably why I saw it and probably would have already shot it by now, but I'm not in the final of the tournament or the semifinal, so there's that. Well, my prediction was wrong. That's okay. Won't be the first time, or it isn't the first time, and it won't be the last time. Just playing safe. Well, you might see Stan break out the jump cue and try and pot this 1 in the bottom side pocket. Up and over the 2. 1 in the side. Oh, made it all the way over the 1. Lito, ball in hand. Might take the 1 in the side past the 9. I don't mind that one rather than bridging around the 2. Or the 1 goes past the 2 in the corner. If it's at all tight. Yeah, see, I like that starting position there. I mean, starting positions on these are, you know, as long as you can get to the logical next ball, it's basically, you know, don't do anything foolish, and, you know, personal preferences are fine. Just stopping right there. Although he elected to go about a half ball forward, which only makes it easier. If you're confident in rolling forward a half ball, go ahead, do it. Off the 2 onto this bottom right side rail. Up for the 4. Well, now I'd probably draw back off this 4. Bottom right, try and make it 2 rails and because you're, well, I don't think you're going to get that. You might get that. You might end up off the rail farther than you are now. He's actually landed in a slightly awkward spot. He did well there. Did well to bring that cue ball off that rail. It may have been easier than it looked to me as well, right? You know, sometimes you bend over the shot and you're like, oh, that's not that bad. Or you bend over, look at it, oh my gosh, that doesn't go. Again, rolling forward after hitting the 5, but only an inch or 2. Whoa, or 6. That'll still work. He's just got to roll the 6 into the side pocket. He's got good angle on this 7. He should be able to come 2 rails and play this 8 into the bottom right corner pocket. He elected to come a little shorter and play the 8 into the top right corner pocket. 6 of one, half a dozen of another. He's more comfortable with that than let him do that. And the only thing you don't want to do here is come off that 9 and float all the way down into the corner pocket. So you're going to play it in such a manner that you can go directly at a rail. Just like that. Or with the nut with so little speed, there's no hope of you getting there. What happened? Did Stan give it to him and he just whacked at it anyway, or did he actually miss that? I gotta think that Stan gave it to him, because there's no way he would have shot it like that. That's not really real, right? Hold on, let me see if I can hear what they're talking about on the thing. Yeah, okay. So Stan gave it to him. Yeah. All right. So they're probably going to take a small break. We'll be back in a few minutes. It will be Leto and Stephen Holm in the final. Thanks very much for stopping in, folks. Give them, well, they'll pop it up on the screen, what kind of break they're going to give. So here you go. You'll see Leto move into the slot against Stephen. 2,000 for first, 1,000 for second. No Calcutta. That sort of thing's not allowed. But congratulations to Stan and Brady coming in third, fourth. Thank you very much. It's been enjoyable watching you guys play. We'll be back in a few minutes. Thanks very much, folks. We're going to stick here until we get the final done. All right? So it might be another 15 minutes, 10 minutes or so, but they'll start her up. Stephen Holm, Leto Attendido, coming up soon at 4:20, it says. There you go. So 6 minutes. All right. Back in a bit. Forgot to turn the mute button back off. So they're going to reset the stream. I'm going to do the same thing. I don't want to run into the 8-hour mark and get booted off of Facebook. But I'll just restart the Facebook stream. If you're watching on YouTube, just keep watching. We're not going to stop that one. All right. Thanks very much, folks. We'll be back in a few minutes. We're just resetting the stream, folks. It should be up and running fairly quickly. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the final of the Hotshots Open 10-ball tourney. We saw Stan get by Rob Frost, but then he lost to Lito. Lito made it past Ross, defeated Stan to get to the final, and Stephen Holem getting through Randy White, and then Brady Golan took out Mike Isaac. That's the road to the final. It is going to be a 1 race to 10. Winner goes home with $2,000. Second place still gets 1,000. Not bad for a few hours of work on Saturday and Sunday. The days didn't go long. I think there's 8 hours yesterday and 6 hours today. So it's been a lot of fun. Thanks again to Brad and Rob for putting it together, organizing it, get it going, letting me hijack the stream from the garage today. Steven just warming up. We'll get underway here in a minute with the lag. I know the original stream is coming from the Fraser Valley Pool Facebook page. Simon Pickering, Kenny Brown doing commentary over there. I don't think they've started the commentary yet. It's been a fun couple of days. It's not often we get to watch all but I think 3 of the 16 players were in the 600 Fargo range. Maybe there was 4 that weren't in the 600. You know what? I can check that out. One, two, three, 4. Oh no, 7. So about half of them, but you know, the other half were. Sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5. So 5 out of 16 were in the 500s, and most of them above the 550 mark. And the rest were in the 600 to 700. Oh, sorry, my bad. I've done a dumb thing. There we go. I forgot that was going to cancel out the screen capture that's bringing in the main feed. So. It's been an interesting couple of days. Seen some really good pool, some interesting pool, some crazy shots. In general, it's been pretty impressive. A lot of fun to watch. I don't know why Steven has one already. They're just practicing. Somebody's going to have to back that one up. Lito's been a great player around here for many years. Stephen Holem ranked 4th in Canada. So Lito's got his work cut out for him. With the leg to see who breaks in rack number 1 in this race to 10 of the final of the Hotshots Open 10 ball tournament. Lito's gonna get him. So he'll break first. Only 42 points. No, that's Steven's Fargo's wrong, guys. Yeah, that doesn't look right. I thought he was 780, 763. Yeah, Steven's Fargo's 763. They'll fix it. They just punched in the wrong number. So 4th in Canada versus 93rd in Canada. Lito is tied with Diodi Nepomuceno for 93rd with Fargo of 677. That's what it says right now. There we go. They've got Stevens corrected. $763, $764. No big deal. He's still ahead of Jason Klatt, Eric Hjorlifson, Francis Crevier, Johnny Baptiste, and Ben Francis. And Joe Spence round out the top 10 with Alex Paguilan and John Mora, of course. Needs to avoid that pack and get clear to hold the 2. Not able to work all the way through it. It's gonna have to go airborne, jump at this 2. It's a good chance to make the 2 and hold the cue ball there. You might be a little steeper on the 3 than you'd like, but it's important to put a little bit of draw on this jump shot. Good effort. Little unlucky to have it roll right in front of the pocket. But Stephen Holem with a ball over the pocket, everything wide open, that 5 ball might be the trickiest one out there, and that's not going to be a problem up in the top right corner pocket. The only reason I say that's even remotely tricky is because the 6 is basically taking away the side pocket, but it's not going to be hard. It's got to get around the 3. A little drag draw shot allows you to hit the ball a little faster, but then the spin reacts differently after it hits. Allows you to control the tangent line and then the spin. I'd have to do a video on that to explain it better. just far enough to see the 5 in the top right corner. Just needs to hold it right there. Just a tiny little bit of rotation back. Nope, just stop it right there. That's going to work. 6 and 7 are so close to pockets, it's not going to make much of a difference. A little bit of right-hand side on this 6 ball just to ensure he doesn't go in behind the 9. He's going to hit it fairly soft, I think. Just wants to come off the rail so he can bridge lower on the cue ball and draw it off the 7. You can see he kind of pointed to where he wants to be. He'd like to be right about here. Right on the G. Gone a little closer, little steeper angle, so he's going to push the 10 a little bit here. Maybe? He might be able to pull that cue ball off there without touching the 10. But he might just nudge it. Yeah, a little tiny nudge there. One rail out to the center. That is such a common shot in pool, playing that one rail out to the middle, one rail out to the middle, that it should be part of your routine. Just shooting from center of table to any spot on the table and getting back into the center table. 1-0. Steven takes the lead. He doesn't take a lot of time here. Just right into rack and let's get going. From out of town, so probably doesn't have to leave tonight, but who knows? In the West Coast, you're not going to get too far leaving at 6 o'clock at night, though. Unless you drive through the night to get to Calgary or get to Prince George in the early mornings. Five and the 9. Headed toward the side pockets. Cue ball going to squat in the middle. There they go. And that cue ball is almost dead center in the middle. He's squared up on the 1. If he continues to break like this, and Lito's going to have a hard time getting to the table. Never mind getting through a rack. This is it. If he gets 1 to the 2, and if he can land, like you saw him point right there. He's liking anywhere on this line. But he had it right there, I think he said. He'll go into the rail, a little bit of bottom left, probably about 645. It's going to come too far. He needs it to stop. Does he still have enough? I mean, look at how close he is to his target, right? You've got to be within a ball width. See, one of the things I like about what Steven's doing here is he's showing you his whole routine, right? Lining up his angle to see what he has for a shot, then walks over and lines up his next shot, and then he'll pick a spot somewhere along there to get on that 6. Look at that. He's almost perfectly on that line that he picked out when he walked over there. Now, the problem with this is he doesn't have a lot of angle here. Oh, no, he's got lots. He can slide right down here. Right through past the 10. Little touch to the rail. Now he's going to have angle to come off that 7. Right back out to here. Oh, he decided to go 2 rails. Two rails does open that up. It gives him this much of a target area instead of the other way around, going sideways. Little bit of a bump down the rail with that 8, but with the right pace so it doesn't bounce too much or slide too little. And that's 2 in a row. I want to see if he can duplicate that break again. That was a fantastic break. That cue ball stopped almost perfectly in the middle of the table. Right there. The 2 balls behind the head ball, right here and right here, both went into sides. Right? And I know I'm playing with my little telestrator too much. I'll stop soon. So, again, if you watch, you know what? Is he racking the same way? Not that it matters. I don't think there's any rule about pattern racking here. But the 2 and the 3, I know he does that on the corners. I do that on the corners. That's the way I was originally taught to play 10 ball. But they have since gone away from that with the WPA rules. You no longer have to put the 2 and the 3 on the corners. Now, popping the 5 and the 9 into the side again. Squirts the 1 ball up table. If it doesn't clip anything, he should have the cue ball right in the center like he did last time. And that 1 ball coming up table. Five and the 9, and he's on the 1. You don't have to break off the back rail. As a matter of fact, I'm a big believer because this isn't a power break. You don't need to kill it. The closer you are to the rack, the more accurate you're going to be. So you put that cue ball up near the line, put your hand on the table, and just concentrate on the accuracy. Because it's not a power break. It's a certain speed around the 60 to 75%, somewhere in there. And then you'll find that they'll actually drop in. If you hit them full power, they usually come too high on the table and miss the side pocket. Hit them too soft, they don't make it there. But he's, that cue ball got kicked, I think, there to come back up table to the head rail. But good angle, just straight, maybe a hair atop, so like 12, 15. I think you want to put a little bit of spin on this, like 12, 15, 12, 30 maybe. I know some folks might play, draw that around, but I don't see that as being a really good angle to go from the 6 or 4 to the 6. It was pretty simple to just roll forward and just miss the 10. You're not trying to get to that second rail. This'll work. See, now he's gonna roll the 6 in, hit the rail. 6 in the side, cue ball runs down. Anywhere off the rail here, about a foot, maybe, well, not even a foot, just off the rail there. And now he cuts this in, goes 2 rails. So you can see he's putting left on it. He's coming up to the middle of that rail. And now he's got enough angle that if he wants to, if he doesn't like it, he can come across. Or he can hold it there with just a little bit of right. So there's 2 in a row. I think he broke. It's only the first. Like he missed in the first one. He let Lido get to the table in rack number 1, didn't he? I think he did. But since rack number 1, he's broken rack the last 2. Broken ran the last 2. So again, 1, 5, 9, 8, 7, 4, 6. So 7, 8 on either side of the 10, 4, 6 in the middle. Five, 9. 1 ball gets kicked away from that corner pocket. I think he almost would have made that one if that 3 ball didn't come around and kick it. He's looking at banking the 1 and just taking the 210 carom. He's going to roll the cue ball forward. No, he's playing safe, I think. Getting that cue ball down below the 210. He's still going to leave the jump. Lido's not bad at them. Got after the 3, didn't make it. Didn't call it either, though, I don't think he called it. But this is going to set up for Steven here. He's going to have to tenderly draw it off that 1. He may elect to go to the end rail and then spin back out 2 rails. I think he's going to go 2 rails back out between the 2, 6 sort of thing. Nope, just went 1 rail to play it in the side. I think he's just going to play safe here. Played it. I don't think he tried to play that off the horn. I think he was just trying to play it up the rail and over to this corner. You know, same way, just you know, like that. Not off, not directly. Kicking off the end rail. You got to call it. I'm pretty sure you indicated or verbally said it. But you got to call into the 4. If the 8 drops, that's just going to make it easier. So 3 to the 4 is really the biggest question. And for that 3 to the 4, you're gearing up the entire time. Either to play this side, or if you've gone through there, see, I wouldn't play that side just simply because you can't get enough clearance there on the other side of the 4. So again, like I said, if you draw that pocket line, and this is really the determining factor for moving your cue ball around, you've got to be on this side of that line. I didn't draw that line long enough. You see how he's going to come up short? And what side of the line is he on? He's just off center, so that when he comes off this 4, he's going to come this way. And he can actually hit this with just center ball and maybe not stun it over, but let it drift forward a little bit. Gets a little bit more separation from the 6, so he's got more cueing accuracy, and he doesn't have to jerk the stroke short because he's too close to the 6. Now just roll the 6 in. Your cue ball doesn't have to go far. He could also kind of just play it as a stop shot and let it drift down for the 7. Yeah, I'd rather roll it just like that. You get a little bit more control. Because if you hit it a little thin, then you're going to roll a lot further, right? If you use pace on it. So we let Lito to the table twice in 4 games. One of those shots was a kick. I don't remember what the first one was. But Steven rolling through. So he is doing the same thing. The 1, the 5-9, the 7-8 blank at the 10, the 4-6 at the back row. The 2 and 3 do not have to be on the corners according to WPA rules if you're interested. But the 5 and the 9 are down. He's got another look at the 1. It is the same rack each time, though. Well, that I've watched. So, but as far as I know, there was no players meeting which said you can't rack the same way each time. If you're looking at the table, it's coming out pretty random, other than the 1 and those 2 balls behind it. The 2 and the 3. You know, the 3's been up in that corner twice so far that I can remember. The 2 ball's been all over the table. 6 and the 4. I don't think anything's been near that bottom right corner pocket. So as much as it might be the same rack each time, it's turning out a little bit different. And he's still having to play a little bit different shots, but you know, it's not like everything's setting up over the hole each time. That's what good work in the practice room is turning out to give Steven. He's getting consistent breaks, consistent leaves, and he's getting an opportunity after the break. 2 rails here. No, it's going 1 rail. Just going to come back 1 rail. He did elect to go 2. Oh man, he fooled me. The way he was cueing that cue ball, I thought he was just putting straight top on it. But he did hit a little bit of left. And he ended up a little closer to the side pocket coming off there. But again, his angle is going to be a much easier way to judge. I mean, trying to guess which way the cue ball is going to go exactly off of this one camera angle is a little bit tricky. But he'll draw this back. He'll get, again, to the correct side of the pocket, right? Now that he's on this side, cue ball will go this way over for the 4 or for the 10. And he's looking at his 5th rack. So Lito with 2 visits to the table in 5 racks. This is just fantastic to watch, man. This is why I've been here all weekend, to get here and watch somebody play this well. It's a race to 10. Steven's halfway there, and Lito's been to the table twice. 3 times if you count the lag. But there it is again, the 1. 5-9, 7-8, 4-6 on the back row with the 2-3. There's no rule against pattern racking in this tournament. No one said anything. Five and nine. It's like clockwork. Then one ball headed up to that rail. See, but again, this is a different rack. Even though their balls are racked in the same spot, it's not. You just hit the 10 there, accidentally taking the rack off. That's not. Nobody's gonna call you on that. And when everybody knows everybody around here like this. But this one's gonna be tricky. He's gonna have to play this with bottom left, so he's got to allow. He's going to come here. It's going to be tricky. He's going to just barely clear the 8. This is one of those shots where you have to judge it perfectly. He's putting digging in outside left hand spin. Oh no. He hit that thin, but he's over hit it. Lito probably going to get back to the table here. It's not frozen. Lito gave the shake of the head, so I can see him thinning it and just bumping that 3 ball out here. Cue ball's gonna have some speed on it coming up here. You gotta watch he doesn't leave the window. I don't think that's enough. I don't think that's enough. Steven just put his cue on the table and walked away. Is that Steven's cue? That looks like Steven's cue, doesn't it? Or is that Lito's? You know, I honestly haven't been paying attention as to who has what cue. But what a final so far. 3 break and runs out of 5. So up over 50%. Lito just going to bank that 3 ball up table, try and get the cue ball back in behind the 10 and the 7. It's going to leak out. He's going to leave him the 3 up in the top right corner. I think he's straight enough. He can just run straight through with the cue ball. Have that 4 ball to the top left. He's trying to stick the cue ball right there. He's elevated his cue a little bit. Trying to pop into that 4, I guess. No, he's going to change his mind. He doesn't like it. Can take a little walk around. I think he'll just gently roll this in. No, he's elevating. You can see by his bridge, he's elevating the back of the cue, trying to get below center on the cue ball, trying to stick it. He wants the cue ball to stay as solid on the 3 as he can. Okay. Lito finally with a good opening. Needs to get 1 or 2, possibly even 3 on this just to stay with him. 679 Fargo, definitely capable of running racks. But as we all know, that sometimes when you're struggling, the simplest of shapes can be a little bit of a challenge. You can cut that 4 into the top left-hand corner and just bring the cue ball to this bottom rail. That's the 7. Nicely done. You should be able to shoot this 6 and hold the cue ball. If you're worried about the cue ball going into the side, just draw it back a little bit. A little bit of draw will pull it to that top side of the horn or the left side of the pocket. You might have a little bit of an angle on your 7. You might be tucked in tight to the rail, but it's better than giving your opponent ball in hand with 3 balls left. Little too much draw there. Now he's going to be in the 50-yard line. There's not much he can do about that here. He can't really hit anything other than top spin on the cue ball. That's going to put... It's going to be like close. Might be able to put a little bit of right on it to avoid that side pocket and get past the 8. Oh, just squeaks by the 8. Might not have been exactly the way he planned it. Pretty sure he didn't want to get that close to the 8, but at the same time, a little bit of right to avoid that side pocket was necessary. Now he just wants to roll this 8 in. Oh, he underhit it. That's got to come out. No, not too bad. I thought that was going to slow down about where the first diamond was. I didn't believe it had that much speed in it. There you go. It's not a whitewash. Lito's made it on the board. Norm, first place is 2,000. Second place is just $1,000. You think so, Brent? He's pretty darn good. That's for sure. He's a joy to watch. There's absolutely nothing wrong. He's in the top 100 in the world, isn't he? I'm not sure. I'd have to look. Nope, not quite. He's just outside the top 100 in the world. At 763, he's only 10 or 15 behind some of these guys you might know. Radislav Babica, Badr Alawadi, Ronald Regley, Jonas Sauto, Moritz Neuhausen 778, so only 15 ahead of him. Tony Chohan, Corey Duell, Mark Bisterbosch, Jovan Bustamante, Josh Roberts. So he's not far behind some of the bigger names in pool. You know, I think it might just be a little bit of a matter of time as Lito just about Nikes the 1 ball. Super slow roll. A little quicker. Didn't quite have that pause that the Nike ball did. You know, I think what I'm noticing is just the position play from Steven to Lito. Steven's just a little bit more exact, getting on the correct side of the ball. Lito's a little straight on the 3. He's going to have to hit it hard to get it into the rail. And he hit that with a little bit of left spin. I don't think he intended to. So now he's got a bigger cut on the 4 than he would have liked. He would have even just been happy being out in the middle of the table. Right? Here makes such a big difference from here. The fortunate part about this is that the shape isn't hard. You've just got to focus on the pot, let your cue ball run, right? And you'll be good. Oh, he's elected to play safe. His safe game has been fairly decent today, but whereas that will not give Steven a potting opportunity, it is going to give him the edge of the 4. So he's going to be able to see the 4, and he may be able to just roll the 4 over by the 5 and let the cue ball drift down to the end rail. The danger in this is if you don't get all the way to the end rail, you're not going to hit a rail. No, he might see enough of it to make it. The way he's cueing it says he can see enough of it to make it in the bottom left corner. I would never have guessed that until I saw him start cueing it. Lito's got to take advantage of his opportunity here. Looks like he's going around the 8. No, he checked it. Tricked me again. It's always difficult when players seem to aim center ball and then they change their contact position and all of a sudden put a bunch of top left on it. And you're like, I didn't see that coming. Drawing off the 8. Wants to get fairly straight on the 9, but a little bit of angle to come off the rail is totally fine. Actually makes it a little bit easier. And he should be good here. Little bit, just a hair above center. He hit that center ball, so the ball was still sliding when it hit the 9. It came straight off that rail. Not a problem. He's still going to drop it down 5-2. Now we'll get to see Lito's break. See whether he can make something happen here. That's going to be a hard pattern to remember if he's pattern racking. And I'm not saying that with any criticism whatsoever. Nobody said anything about not racking in the same manner. So if they don't tell you it's against the rules and it's not specifically set out in the formal rules, then I guess it's perfectly fine. It's going to be tough to hold that cue ball off the 1. Lito's going to have to roll this with enough pace to go down and back. So he's got to hit this pure, drive the 1 into that top right corner pocket, get the cue ball up and down the table. Back into just past the 8 would be great. He's going to hold it. That'll work. I wasn't sure of the angle there. I wasn't sure he could hold it. So little bottom right, trying to draw that cue ball out. Wants to get onto the right-hand side of the table. Doesn't want to be going left off this. See, he's a little short. It's going to be okay because he's got room on this pocket line. Right? As long as he stays on this side of the pocket line, he's going to be okay. Well, did he go across it now? He's kind of right on it. The problem with that is if he's going to go forward, he's got to go forward. Oh, sorry, I missed the 5. I thought he was playing shape for the 6 next. I missed the 5. I thought that was the wrong ball, clearly. So he's good. My bad. And now 2 rails. It's a tiny window. If you bounce too far off that second rail, you're not going to get that 6. That's too far. No, it held up. Man, that came in so fast. I thought that was going to bounce at least 6 inches off the rail. Snooker him on the 6 and leave it tough. Using every inch of that pocket, that 6 ball started to float away from the rail. Wobbled into the corner, but Lito is perfect on the 8. Just a little stop shot right there. Oh, he elected to go forward. Oh, now he's got to cheat the pocket a little bit. There's not much room on that side, but enough room to get his cue ball over. 5-3, coming back. He's making it work. I'm glad to see Steven just didn't run away with it. Lito's able to settle down and start pocketing balls the way I know he can. You know, it's funny. You know how important the rack is. And then you start noticing how other people rack. Like Steven racking the same way each time. But he's so consistent on his break. That cue ball pops into the middle. Those 2 balls head towards the center pockets. I think he made them like 60-70% of the time. Both of them. The 1 ball went up towards that corner pocket like 3 or 4 out of the 5 times. And the one time it didn't get there, got kicked in. And like that, the cue ball gets kicked into the corner pocket. With a wide open table, 4 to the 5 is going to be the only work Steven has to figure out. The 1, 2, 3, 4 are going to be fairly simple. I don't believe the 5 passes the 10 to the corner pocket. So the 4 to the 5 is definitely going to be the trick. What a difference 20 points in Fargo makes, right? From 763 to 783. The difference between Stephen Holem and Nick Economopoulos, Thomas Kaplan, Omar Al-Shaheen. Guys we've all heard of on the pro circuit. I mean, Steven and Joe made a little bit of a name for themselves. Started to get their names bantered about last year when they went down and played all those tournaments. Was it last year or the year before? I think it was last year for the US Open. I'd love to see them playing more. If Canada ever gets to host the World Cup of Pool, we'd have our two teams in there with John Mora, Alex Pegulyon, and then Stephen Holem and Jason Klatt. Although I'm not sure how Klatt would do on the 30-second time limit. I know he's a bit of a slower player. Might not be the venue for him, but I'm really not that well versed in his game. Should probably start watching some more. Steven's not the fastest player in the world either, but he's not slow by any stretch of the imagination. I don't think anybody would call him slow. Well, there's a trick. He tried to draw into it. Into the 9. He may take on the combination. Or he's going to play safe. Just roll the 5 to the end rail. Get the cue ball on the back of the 10. Well, he's got the safety. So Lito's going to be kicking at it. Thank you to the sponsors of the garage. Larry Anderson, Sutton Realty, Off the Rail Apparel. You can see them scrolling in the top left and right corners of the screen. Matter of fact, I will move that out of the way so that I'm not blocking it. Lito trying to go 2 rails so that he doesn't get stuck down there. I don't, 2 rails might make the 5 ball bigger, as in you can't miss it if you go 2 rails. Oh, and just about makes it. It's a little fortunate to have it come loose and go back against the foot rail. Steven's going to bank this up table, get the cue ball up by the 8. That's the important part of this. Sorry, he went the other direction. Separation. The more distance you have for your opponent to come after something, the more margin for error he has. This isn't going to be an easy one. He's calling the 5 in the side. 8 ball does make it a little bit bigger. Not much, though. It would be better if the 8 ball were back here. Right? Then it would make that pocket a lot bigger. But I don't think he's necessarily... Oh, he's changed his mind. Marking that pocket. It's going to be close. Oh, not quite. Okay, so anytime you're playing a ball that's deep in the jaws of a pocket, the cue ball control is magnified. So any mistakes you make here are just going to get bigger and bigger as the cue ball gets farther away from the target or the 5 ball. He's got to be careful he doesn't end up right here. And he's not even going to come close. I thought he was going forward. He ended up drawing off of that ball. And 3 rails after this 8. He'll cut it into the right-hand side if he can. See, he's walking over here because he wants to cut it in this side. He doesn't want to cut it in here. That'll send the cue ball around. Oh, he cut it into that spot. It's going to change the angle of the cue ball. Is he still going to have the 9? He is. He got the 9. He got to the 9 on 2 rails. If he hits that thinner, then instead of hitting here, here, and here, he'll hit there, right? And then your 3 rail line is there. Six to 3. Watch the rack. 1 in the front, 5 and 9 in the second place, 7, 8, 10 in the third row, 4 and 6 in the middle, 2 and 3 on the outside. You thought we wouldn't notice, but this guy's playing Galaga. No, I'm just kidding. Sorry, it's that clip from Avengers. Popped into my head for some reason. Five, 9 again. One ball dressing up near the corner. Cue ball getting close to it. Cue ball got a little far down table this time. Steven might bank the one, or he's just going to play safe, knock it 2 rails to the center of that end rail, the head rail, and get down table in behind that cluster. There you go, right up in behind the 10. That'll work. Lito's in tough. Steven doing a good example of table control. One rail kick, trying to make it in the corner. That will bring the cue ball back down table. He didn't miss it by much. If it hits that 8, he might get enough of a bounce to block the 1, but I don't believe he did. Steven's either going to have to stun it into the rail and have it come out for the past the 6 to shoot the 2, or he'll just roll it forward. And he's aiming high in the cue ball. He's going to run it forward, come 2 rails. Not going to try and come back down table. I think he hit it a little thick. He meant to hit it a little bit on the left and come 2 rails and out, but he didn't really give it that much of a go. Not really sure exactly what happened there. It doesn't look like a normal position play for him. If you wouldn't mind sharing the stream, folks, I'd appreciate it. Lito's going to stun the 3 into the side, bring the cue ball up table for the 4 in the top left. Probably just going to leave that cue ball there. He might roll it forward. Depends on whether he can get by the 8 or whether he's going to roll into the 8 or not. I think he's going into the 8, or he's stunning it over. Put a little extra on that one. If he plays the 7 from there, yeah, he most likely he'll take that 8 in the top right. All depends on what kind of angle he has on the 7 and how he can run it around. He may, yeah, he's gonna go 3 rails to come around. Play that 8 in the top left corner. Straight left. You can see he's aiming on the left side of center there. Straight left, coming around 3 rails. Right out into the middle. Perfect for the 8 ball in that top left corner. to make it 6-4 and get back within 2. Lido not going away. Not letting Steven run away with it. Not sure what happened on the one ball there with Steven, but you know, I can't see the angle, so you can't really tell what he was trying to do. Six 4 in this race to 10, one set final of the Hotshots 10 ball open. 2,000 to the winner, another grand for second place.
You were on my mind today for the first time in a long time, and I pulled out my phone and rang. I hope you don't mind, but hear your voice and I freeze. Hello,
That looks dry.
say to me, and I open my mouth.
Tough one ball to start for Steven, though. It's near the pocket, but
I don't mean to call you.
you're kind of bridging it over the 3 a little bit. Not too much.
Something that I usually do, and you might not believe
He might go for it. A little bit of right-hand side can bring that cue ball all the way back down for the 2, but he may play safe here. Just knock the one ball out of there. Nope. Oh, no.
then we talk for hours.
You do take a risk when you're running into those that way, but you still figure you're going to do something other than hit it dead on.
As we wind down, you say,
A little bit of one pocket play coming out here, kicking 2 rails at that 2 ball.
hear me smile, saying I don't mean
Swing and a miss. Lido with a chance to draw within 1.
this isn't something that I usually do.
What a change of events. Started out with Steven Holm coming out and getting 5 up with not really a sniff of a chance for Lido. And then Lido just picking away at the tiny mistakes that Steven started making. And here we are. Lido about to close within 1 if he can finish this one off.
I don't mean to call you out of the blue.
If any of you wouldn't mind sharing the stream, I'd really appreciate it. Special thanks to Fraser Valley Pool, Brad Haydu, and Rob Hoiberg for putting this together and then allowing me to stream it. Much appreciated, folks. Oh no. Pretty sure that's not really what he was intending. Didn't want to come that close to the corner pocket. Does want to shoot the 4 in the bottom right corner. But this is going to allow the cue ball to drift up here and get on the 5. It's got to hit it clean and not too speedy. That's not going to get it done. And I think he's left the edge. So it might be a delicate little shot for Steven, but he should be able to slide right by this 5, clip the edge of the 4, and with a little bit of right-hand spin, come back on the same line he went in on, come back out on, and have the 5 to the same pocket. If he can get in line on the 5 here, I like his chances to finish it off. Oh, it's a race to 11. Sorry, I've been saying race to 10, but it's a race to 11. So 1 extra game. Well, he didn't intend to hit the 5 ball, that's for sure. He may end up cross side, banking that 5 ball cross side. Or is he banking it to the corner? I think he vaguely pointed that way, but I don't know if it was the corner or the side, or whether he's just playing safe. To the corner, and no love. Wow. Like, great shot, but just gets a little bit too much into the 6 ball and pushes it down in on the 8. I mean, you can try it. That might be what he's looking at. No, I don't know what he's looking at now. Up and down, just straight up and down. He's going to go 2 rails, try and clip it so he gets in behind the 8 and plays safe. Not a bad effort. Not a bad effort at all. Pushing that 6 ball to the side. Bring that cue ball up for the 7. Don't believe he'll take it to the corner. The angle is such that you're risking scratching in the side. Hey, thanks for joining me today, folks. Much appreciated. Who's the farthest away? I got 17 people watching right now. 19. Hey, thanks for the shares, everybody. Where are you all from? Wow, takes it to the corner, nails it, and ends up golden on the 7. Sometimes the flow of play just transfers. Not sure if he's going to go forward or draw away on this one. It looks like he's elevating, so he's going to draw back, try and come 2 rails back out towards the 9. He's got to get all the way there, though. Oh, this might be too much. Well, you know, that shot there, instead of putting all the spin on it to spin down, maybe just draw it and try and come across. Did they just... Comes right through the 10. Good stroke. No need to do anything fancy, just back and forth. Just about 11:45, just enough left-hand side and keep it straight across the table. You might drift an inch or two, just like that. (6-5). Lido making him work for it. We've got a final, folks. That the payouts were listed in the description, but maybe I didn't put them in. Regardless, 2,000 for first, 1,000 for second. Lido only down by 1. Nine ball finds the corner. 1 ball finds the head rail, though. So Lido has a shot, but it's a shot to nowhere. Splitting the safety here. Just try and knock that one rail in behind the 7, get the cue ball to the other side of the 3-4. Going over the 5. Steven's been pretty good with the jump cue today. I think a lot of the pros have put in a lot of work to get as good jumping as they are. You expect them to make it. Well, that one ball's come out, so Lito's going to have another look at it. Might not be able to do anything with it offensively, but he's going to be able to make the table challenging and stop Steven from getting a start on it. Lito with a safety, not giving Steven anything. As he shouldn't. Steven kicking at the 1. I don't believe he got safe. Made a legal hit, but the 2's tied up. Tied up a little bit. Well, looking like a 2-rail kick to get on this 1 from here. Past the 7 with a little bit of siding. It's not going to be easy. He might jump the 10-6. Kicking at the 1. He's going over the 10-6 into the 1. Oh, just about made the 1 off of the 7 in the corner. I think it was the 7 that was there, right? There's basically 2 different types of jump shots. 3 if you get a little crazy, but there's the standard elevated jump shot with the sidearm elbow, and then there's your dart jump shot, and a little bit of a crack in the armor. Lito able to make the 1, but ends up stuck on the 2. He fluked it, but I think Steven's going to take that away, and he might just play safe here. Send the 3 ball 2 rails, maybe 3 rails, bring it up in behind the 10. No, he's going for the 3. No, he is sending it 3 rails up in behind the 10. That's a decent leave. I think Lito will have the top rail to kick off of. He's just checking to make sure he's not touching the 4. quick wave of the hand over top highlights the light between the balls. Only when it's super close that you've really got to look at. Long rail kick to the 3. Yep, into the 10. All right, an opportunity for Steven to get back on his horse and start running again. He's walking over to take a look and see if that 4 goes top right. Yeah, he's not going to shoot it if he's not going to shoot this 3 and leave himself that shot unless he's confident that 4 ball goes. So there's no point in me guessing whether it goes or not. If he leaves the shot for it, then it goes. And he's actually, this is what I was talking about his accuracy on the pocket line. He's just across the pocket line, so the cue ball goes just away from the 5. And now he can play this 6 in the top left. He can play it in the top side pocket. I think he'll play with a little bit of top right to kind of to leave that 6 ball for the top side pocket. And look at where he gets on the pocket line. He's just shy. Ideally, he'd like to be a little bit across the line so the cue ball's going towards that top right side rail. As it is here, he can just roll past it and shoot the 7 in the top right corner. Nope. He elected to bunt into the side of the 8, use the 8 to stop the cue ball. So again, simple cut, top left corner pocket. Great pre-shot routine from Steven there. He's been so consistent with his routine. Look, he stands, takes a look at it, goes back, lines up, steps into it. A little warm up, 5 or 6 warm up strokes. Good follow through, keeps his head down, doesn't move until well after he's struck the cue ball. And the cue naturally stops moving. 10, bottom left corner. Get back on his horse. There it is. Steven increasing his lead to 2. Now, in the last couple of racks, Lito's been able to match him 1 for 1. We'll see whether Steven's break is its normal, wonderful, consistent self, or whether something goes a little haywire. I just need a second, so I'll be right back. All right. Steven making the 5 and the 9 again. Needs to go back and forth. Get back to that side. Okay, he's on the 2. He'll come 2 rails after this 2 to get out there for the 4. He's almost in line. After the break, if you land in line, you're doing great. You got a little lucky there. But it usually takes 1, maybe 2, and in the rare cases, 3 shots to really get back in line so that you've got enough etiquette or enough equity in your positioning that everything seems to be a little bit smoother. Now, just from watching Steven play the last hour or so, or last couple hours today, I think he'll cut this in the side and draw into the headrail. He's taking a look at the angle, sets his chalk down, walks over, gets his physical alignment, steps into the shot. He might be running 3 rails around. That's what it looks like he's doing. Oh, perfect. Perfect. Takes away the possibility of a goofy position shooting it from the area that I was thinking of. Just a little bit of right. He's going to shoot the 6 and spin into the rail and then come back out for the 6. He would have liked to have come a little further. He's now on the wrong side of the 7. He can't get to the right side of the 8. Not unless he goes all the way around. So he might do that. That's what he chooses to do. And he's gone a little far even. So watch him go 2 rails, maybe 3 for the 10 in the bottom left corner pocket. Oh, he's checking the ball, so he's only going 1 rail. The angle must have been a little bit straighter than I thought. Because that's definitely the right way to play that if you have the opportunity. I thought he had a lot more angle than that. There it is. 8-5. When he gets an opportunity, you know, he's so deadly. I'm loving the perfect example of a pre-shot routine, though. You don't normally see that in amateur tournaments like this. Although, technically, I don't believe Steven is an amateur. But this is an open event, so it's totally fine. Matter of fact, everybody that I talked to about it was pretty excited to hear he was coming. Which bodes well. That means everybody that was here to play didn't mind playing him straight up and even in the tournament. Are they going to play him straight up for cash? Probably not. 5 and 9 just missed the side pockets. And you see how they hit the horn and popped out? That tells me he hit that a little bit harder than he did the last time. And those 2 balls went a little longer. Now, if somebody's a master of the break and I've got it wrong, please let me know. Because I am not a master of the break. Okay, he's going to leave a kick at the 1 or the left hand edge. If he leaves the left hand edge, I don't see you getting safe. I don't see there's a chance of a safe there. I think the kick is the best option. Kicking at the 1, that'll send the 1 down this way. And the cue ball, well, there is the danger of this side pocket. You don't want to scratch there, but we'll take my chicken scratch off the screen. Sorry about that, folks. I know I'm getting a little bit telestrator happy today, but it helps to explain what I'm saying. Get a decent understanding of a rotation game for your, average pool player. Not sure where Lido went. Maybe just taking a quick break. And we'll see whether he can kick at that 1. Oop. He's taking a look at it from the other end of the table. Just seeing exactly where it's got to go. I'm really not sure where he went here. I mean, only been an hour and a half. Been about an hour and a half. That's about right for a race to 8. Hour and a half. Race to 7 typically is an hour and a half. Lito needs 5. Steven needs 2. This table doesn't have too many problems with it. You know, with the 1, 2, 3, 4. If you can get rolling, there's a lot that can happen good for you. We're just in a little pause here. I think Lito's taking a little break. I'm not sure where he went. Maybe you just need to go wash his hands, splash some water on his face, reset, recharge, rejuvenate. He was down 5-0, clawed back to make it 6-4, and then they've kind of traded games since then. Steven getting the extra one. It is the final, David. Sorry, took me a little bit to see the message come up. I got a few screens in front of me with production, capture, streaming, monitoring, all that stuff. It looks like they're just taking a few minutes. That looks like Lito's coming back. He's got his cue and we should be off and running again. Who beat Brady? Oh, that's the wrong page. Brady was beat by Steven Holem. Yeah, Steven beat Brady in the semifinal. Yeah, Steven just took it up another couple notches when he started playing Brady. And I think the final of that one was 9-3. So Lito clipping the edge of the one. Well, this could be interesting. Not sure what Steven's going to be able to do here. I'm not even sure that cut down to the one. It looks like the cut down to the corners there. It's what have you got afterwards? You might make the 6. You'd need to hit it with some pace to pop the 6 right out of the way. And even then, it might go into the horn and come right back at you. It's a tricky little position here. Lito's had a fortunate little roll to put him in this position. $74-foot putt for Eagle Norm. That's a putt and a half. Steven lost the cue ball. That's going to put Lido back to the table with ball in hand. I'm not sure that 3 goes by the 5, but it looks like it might. You can just draw off this 2 right back to where the R in garage is. The top half of the R. It'll be all right. Maybe the top half of the A would be even better. Then you're coming back for the 5. For the 4, I mean. He's not lining up for that 3-10 combination, is he? Yeah, he called the 10. He just indicated the 10 ball in the corner. I'm kind of surprised. He's taken a few combinations on. I mean, he's made a bunch of them. That's it. 8-6. Lido not going away. He's creeping up. Getting closer and closer. It's an interesting match. I like the fact that it's not a runaway. At the same time, a runaway is impressive too. You know, I love the drama of a close match. You know, a battle is good where guys are staying fairly close. But there's also something amazing about a guy that just comes out and completely dominates and breaks and runs the set, right? You know, your opponent gets 2 chances to play. I mean, 2 chances. That's all you get. That's amazing in itself. Lido's got the 1 ball out of the way. Excuse me. Probably going to play safe on the 2. You know, he might bank the 2 at the 10 and play safe. I would not be surprised if I see him play this with a little bit of right-hand side and call the 10 in the corner and bank the 2 ball onto the 10, leave the cue ball in between the 4 and the 6. See, I thought he was going to do that, but just with some pace. Closer than we expected, maybe. But if Steven can get the next 2 and win 10-6, then maybe that's about what you'd expect. Maybe. Calling the 2 ball bottom left. He's gonna kick double. He's gonna kick bank it. Yeah, I guess that's the way you'd say that. Sorry, 11-6. He's got to go to 11. I keep saying 10. My bad. It's a race to 11. It says right there at the top of the screen. Oh, that's really not a bad effort for a kick bank. It's kind of amazing, really. Thanks, John. I keep screwing up that race to 10, race to 11 bit. I know earlier the first 2 rounds today, or the first round today was a race. First 2 rounds today were race to 10, and the final was a race to 11. Thank you. Thank you. Lido just overcutting the 2. This is a great opportunity for Steven. He's checking the bank. But I don't believe it goes, well, if it goes by the 10, it's pretty tight. It does bank short though, so you can play this as if it's a little closer to that center dot. I think that's what he's doing. No, he's just playing safe. Nothing wrong with that option. Lido is going to come in 2 rails, top rail, left rail, kick that 1 or 2 rails down by the 3, and try and get that cue ball to stick behind the 10 or the 9. He's called it in the side. If you call it and it goes, then at least you have the option. If you don't call it and it goes, then your opponent gets to decide whether they're going to play at the table. If it's bad either way, you're going to get to shoot it. All right, Steven back to the table. He's got some traffic to negotiate to get back up for the 3. Needs to slide by the 9 or draw past it. Looks like he's going through it or around it. What, 2 rails past the 9. That's going to work. It's going to get right past the 7. No, he nudges into the 7. Doesn't get on the 3. He's looking at the 1 rail kick to the 3. He's got to be playing this with bottom left, trying to shorten that up. Needs it to hold right there to get the safe. That'll do. That will do. I think he's going 2 rails, trying to come in behind it. Nope. 1 rail. Clipped it. And I believe that's going to set up for Steven. Barring a major mistake, a major malfunction, Steven is now the favorite to finish this rack. He's just checking to see whether if he stops there on the 3, can he make the 4, and he can't. He's got to go forward another ball width at least. So he'll probably roll this. Cue ball will go another foot further. Or he might play a drag draw, let it go there with pace, but stop sliding like that. That's not easy to do. I mean, you can do it once in a while, but to do it consistently to a certain distance, that's practice has happened. A lot of practice. Oh, he's on the right side of the 5 now. What would be really nice is if he can shoot this 5 and then play the 6 off the 10 in the corner or in the side and break it loose. So now he'll come 1 rail trying to play that 7 in the top left corner. Just trying to draw into that 7. This is going to be good. Oh, he's gone a little far. Well, he's got that bottom left corner. Just has to hit below center on the cue ball so it doesn't go running down table. Well, he's not going to hit below center. He's going to keep his cue level and just smooth stroke it in and get that cue ball to stop within a couple feet. It went a little further than I thought, but that's still going to be fine. Now the only thing he doesn't want to do here is come off that 8 and head towards that side pocket with the 10. Probably going to play this a little bit of right just to spin it to that top rail. He's done that a few times. Wants that to slow down. That'll work. Now, he wants to shoot it. Okay, he's checking to see if it goes in the side. I don't think he's going to like that. That being said, he'd rather shoot it up here from this position than shoot that 10 ball from this position. Oh, and right from there, he's got the side wired. 6 of one, half a dozen of another. Just depends on what you're confident doing. There it is, 9-6. He's within 2. As you can see, he's racked it again. The 5 and the 9. Just needs to take a little bit off at this time to shorten them up. There it is, 5 on the side. 9 went a little long. 1 ball is going to dress up over the side. Oh, this is a beauty table. It's just hitting that break just nicely. Making it look effortless. 3 ball goes to the side pocket. Look at him walk over. He's checking the angle in the 2. Okay, what can I do with it? Checking to the angle of the 3. What do I have to do with it? Do those 2 theories match? Yes, they do. All right, let's get it done. Steps into his shot. Draws it over. Now he's on the 3. He's just going to try and stay as close as he can there for the 4. He might have a little bit too much angle to the right. Slow rolled it to keep the cue ball online. Play this just above center, or just below center, just to try and kill it right off that 4. Wants it to go straight to the side rail, not back at all. That's it. Same sort of thing. Although, to be fair, he could just leave this cue ball fairly tight to where the 6 is. Just a little bottom left drop back, 4 or 5 inches. Nope, he's brought it all the way across the table. That makes sense when I watch him do it. Drawing out to the middle of the table. And that's pretty close to the middle of the table. He really doesn't want to be too far away. If you think about it, you can be in any one of these for like if you put 4 spots in kind of that quadrant of the table. Anywhere you are in that quadrant, you can get to anywhere else. Usually, if you have a little bit of angle. Bottom left to slide down for the 10 and to get on the hill and put a 4-game buffer between him and Lido. Stephen Holem shooting a fantastic game of pool. One more time. Oop, the 10 doesn't fit on your template there, Brad. I'm sure he'll fix it. You'll see that all of a sudden it'll be like blip. Oh, look at that. I probably have 100 things like that that don't fit in my templates right now. Five goes, 9 goes long, 1's down. Well, this is going to be tricky. Well, I don't know here. Do you try and make the 9? Or do you, I think you just play safe. You cut the 2. Oh no, you tuck the cue ball in there. He's going the cue ball into the 3. Yep, make your opponent make the mistake. Oh. Well, Lido didn't really sell it out. Although the way that Steven's been banking. Oh, plays it into the side. Knocks the 3 loose. I don't think that... oh, he didn't call it. Okay. Yep, once I saw that leave, I didn't believe he was going to like his next shot. 2 rails. 2 rail hit. Oh, he's going 1. Oh, that's a good hit. Oh, no. Couldn't have ended up unluckier. But that's what happens sometimes when you don't hit it with pace, is you don't get the separation, even after a good hit. The catch-22 is sometimes you need to hit it. You can't hit it at a good pace because that'll change what your cue ball is going to do. Lido's looking a little smoother here. A little bit more comfortable. Should just be able to roll this down there with a little bit of left-hand side and come back out to the middle of the table. Just like that. $10-7. Lido not going to lay down and take it. He'll fight till the end. He's perfectly capable of breaking and running 4 or 5 racks, so. It's been a good battle. Oh, he's made a couple on the, or made one on the break, And he's got to look at the 1. The 2 is going to be a little tricky. No matter what he does, he doesn't, he's going to be facing the wrong way there. It's gone a little too far. Kicking 2 rails. Got to just miss that 3. Wow. That's amazing. Kicking 2 rails. Calling the 10 in the side. You pretty much have to, right? Because, I mean, the 2 ball, if you hit it, is going that way. He's massing around the 6. Clips the 2 off the 7, off the 10. And around we go. Wow. So he's broke already. And it's a dry break. So 10-8 with Stephen Olem coming to the table. The 4 ball is going to be a little dicey. Maybe he can break it out right now, but that does put you at risk of not getting to see the 2. Wow. Oh, I'm not really sure how that even happened. I thought if you touch that 10, it goes, or the 8, it goes. Sorry. Polito with a great masse 3-rail kick carom onto the 10 to win that last rack. He tried to move the 4 while also guaranteeing the 1 was going to stay there. And that would have been an amazing effort. Now he's got to come around and try it again. Tough to do when the ball's that deep in the pocket. No, he's not going to even try. He'll just take the 1, take the 2, and probably play a 3-rail safe on the 4. It is tight. It would be easier if that 4 ball were a little closer to the 9. So he's going to have the perfect angle to play the safety off the 4. Watch out. That 6 ball might come into play. Nope. It's going to slow down and stop. Now he has a good opportunity to get the angle he needs to play the safety here. Little top, little right. He's coming over for the bank. He's not going to play safe. He came over to look at the bank angle. So he's going to play this with a little bit of top, a little bit of right. Go right into that rail and then slide forward. Oh, he's gone too far. Oh, he might be able to pinch bank that. He's got to cut it a little tiny bit and then somehow get the cue ball out of the way. I don't think it's there. You may have to play the carom on the 5 first now. Yeah, you're a little, it's going to be so close. I would not be surprised if this gets a double hit on the cue ball. You know, he tried to shorten it up as much as he dared. He did well. He didn't miss it by much. Steven will jack up a little bit, draw this cue ball off the 4, get it back down on the right-hand side of the table. Nope, he's playing it level. That tells me I think he's... Well, 9 ball it is then. Thin the 5 with a lot of right-hand spin, hit that rail, clip the 9, come back out to the center, take the 5 into the side pocket. Well, that was well done. Controlled everything really well there. He's almost perfect on the 6. Just to roll this in ever so gently. Straighten out his angle on the 7. And now he can go into that end rail, back out. Oh. Oh. Lido came up behind him and tapped his cue. Obviously conceding the game, but just to mess with him. So there it is, folks. Your champion, Stephen Holem. He'll take home a grand prize of $2,000 today. Lido will take home 1,000, and both Brady and Stan will take home 500 apiece. Fantastic match. Loved watching it. Thank you to Brad Haydu and Rob Hoiberg, and I believe Simon Pickering and Kenny Brown were in the booth at the other end for the Fraser Valley Pool stream. My name's Colin Shield. We've been here all day. I've had a lot of fun. I hope you guys have enjoyed it. Thank you very much for stopping by. If you want to give it a like, give it a follow. We've got another stream coming tomorrow, or not tomorrow, but this weekend from the Metro. They've got another tournament there. We'll have one tournament, one table at a time, and we'll see how that goes. So in the meantime, have a great rest of your weekend. We'll see you next Saturday morning. All right. Thanks, folks. Have a great day.